challenge. Good evening, guys. Welcome to our live stream, Filipina Life with an Expat. Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon. Hello, I'm late. I'm late. 3 minutes, 2 minutes. I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't open in my gosh, in my laptop. So if you schedule your live stream in your cell phone, you have to do a live stream in your cell phone. Oh my gosh. Anyways, okay. Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon all over the world. Mylin here, guys. Thank you so much, Sis Irene. Jeff still in the shower. Ate Arlene, good evening. Good evening, guys. Ma'am Bing, part na here, Ma'am Mylin. Hello, good evening, Ma'am Bing. Sir Bernie, Jeff, my pet cockroach ran away the other day. Have you seen him? Have you seen? So it came from you. It comes from you, Sir Bernie. It was from you. Every helps and every subscriber is appreciated. Join the live. Join the family. Thank you so much. Bestie, how are you? My gosh, I already miss you, Bestie. Dennis is wish. Good evening, Sir Javier. Good evening, Sir Javier. How are you, Sir Javier? Welcome to my live stream, to our live stream. Actually, Jeff's still in the shower. Tada. He's late. I couldn't figure it out how to use it in my laptop, but I schedule it in my mega love shout out to host. Thank you so much, Sir Javier. Thank you po. So I don't know. How can I do it like, let me see if I can do it like this. Orientation is locked. Rotate device. Oh. Wait lang. Wait lang. Rotate device. Alright. So rotate device. Can I do it like this? This one is locked. Rotate device. All good at my end, host. Thank you so much, Sir Javier. Thank you for the support. What is this? I'm not that techie. Oh my gosh. This is a challenge for me, I can say. Because thank you, Sir Javier. Thank you so much. Good evening, guys. Welcome to my live stream. Our live stream, actually, because Chief is with me today. Still in the bathroom. Still on the shower. Today we met Sir Alan and Nadia. Shout it to you both. Thank you so much for your time, guys. So we've been to, Jeff told me in the morning that, told me like, okay, today we will go somewhere. And I don't know. It was like, okay, I will not tell you where we are going. So, yeah, I wasn't ready. And then, yeah, and then he told me, take your camera with you. So we went to, what do you call this one? Expo for motorcycles in somewhere in Ayala. So yeah, we went there, and then after that, Jeff was looking for Honda, Kawasaki, those kind of brand, but they don't have it. Just Italian brand and China and Harley Davidson, something like. So it was like kind of expensive motorcycle. So he was looking for a Yamaha, Suzuki, Honda. They don't have it. But anyways, we've been to that expo, and then after that we walked through the Ayala Mall. And then when we walked through Ayala Mall, it was crowded, and then suddenly someone's calling, Lynn. It was Sir Allen. So they just arrived. I think they're from Alabama. Yeah, Alabama. So was nice to meet you guys. Nice meeting you guys. Thank you so much for your time. Ma'am Allen and Ma'am Nadia and Sir Allen, sorry. So yeah, we went to a coffee shop and have a little talk. So there are good people that we met. So yeah, hi honey.
Hey, my water.
Yes, both of them. It's for
Whoa.
yeah, both. I forgot. Yeah, I couldn't figure it out. I scheduled my live stream on phone, but then I couldn't open in the laptop, so it's okay. Ta-da! I will just yeah. So let's see what's if I can play here. If the 16 million in the house. Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon. Honey, say good morning and good afternoon and all kinds of good.
Good morning, good afternoon. All kinds of
Good.
what?
All kinds of good.
All kinds of good.
Good stuff. Yeah. All kinds of good stuff. So we have a small screen.
Yeah. Why?
You
You're on
have
your
to be
phone.
sweet tonight.
Why are you on your phone?
Yeah, I
Huh?
don't have choice, honey,
Won't work
because
on the other one?
I couldn't on the yeah. It should be in the phone. So
So you see half my face. I'm here.
yeah, because my face is so
So I still don't understand why you're on the phone rather than the PC.
remember, yeah, last night I couldn't figure it out.
You couldn't figure it out? You
Yes.
forgot something?
Forgot something. So and how about if I do it like this, Macy? Orientation is locked. To rotate device back. Okay.
Yeah, it says it won't let you change it.
Yeah.
Or you gotta
This one?
Oh, yeah, it's already on.
It's already on, but it will not let me. But anyways, it's okay.
Yeah, I'll let you.
So I wouldn't let me. Anyways. Hello, Baning! I know it's mother. Mother Nanay. Nanay, good evening. He's using Banis,
Yeah. Geo covers.
Geo covers. Good evening, Nanay. Hello, mother dear.
Oh.
So anyways, guys, if you have some questions, what's our topic for today, honey?
Cockroach.
Cockroach. Sir Bernie, by the way. Sir Bernie, good morning. Good morning to you. Hello, sir. Nice meeting you. This is Sir Javier from Singapore.
The cockroach has been following us around
Yeah, cockroach.
since the other day. We have, when was it? Was it Saturday we went?
Saturday, yeah, we went to SM.
With SM, and
Say-
now when we went to buy bananas at the local fruit stand, she picks up a bunch of bananas and there's a
Banana.
cockroach
There's
runs out from
cockroach.
underneath that one too. My gosh, just cockroach.
Cockroach.
It's cockroach season here in the Philippines.
Nice meeting you, Sir Javier. Said Sir Javier want to say hi to you, honey.
My pet cockroach ran away the other day. Have you seen him?
Yeah, it's Sir Bernie.
We seen him and his family.
Asa na ang live? Asa na
Isn't that
ang
live?
live? Ang live. I was late for 2 minutes only at the Arlene. The Arlene, I was late for 2 minutes.
We got to get her, be here like 5 minutes early. We should try to get 5 minutes early.
I'm having fun watching your videos. Thank you so much, Sir Javier. Thank you for the cockroach. My gosh. You will really even me myself when I watch the cockroach thing, the short.
She laughs about that. Everything. It's just a cockroach. Just smash it.
Sir Daniel, how are you? Good morning from Eastern Colorado. Good morning to Sir Daniel.
Good
Honey.
morning, Sir Daniel.
Yeah, we met Sir Allen
Eastern-
already. Sir Daniel, they are here.
Eastern Colorado, so it must be where it's flat. Is that what you mean by Eastern?
We met Sir Allen. Wait, I will tie my hair, honey. Oh my gosh. See, 2 times I'm back on the
Yeah, I was kind of living in not, I guess not really quite
Hi, my
all the
dear.
way eastern Utah, but uh, Price, Utah, which is kind of central Utah, maybe. Really flat, yeah. The only time I've been there, once I drove from Salt Lake City all the way to Kalamazoo, Michigan. I just remember coming over the Rocky Mountains, and then it was just like a slow grade going down, but very flat. Drive-through country. I thought it was called flyover country. It's the best. Yeah, it's good for driving through though.
Eastern Colorado?
Yeah, eastern Colorado.
No.
See, Colorado is like
Yeah, there you go.
There's Denver, and then and if you go east of Denver, it's flat. If you go west of Denver, it's the Rocky Mountains.
Mm-hmm.
And so you go over the Rocky Mountains and you come into Salt Lake City.
Really flat.
And then Salt Lake City, and then the west of Salt Lake City, that's where the salt flats are. But then you go into Nevada, they got mountains there too.
So you're just neighbor? Not really.
Well, it's like a day drive, but
Oh.
I only drove once. I drove. There's a place called Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers, and I one time I bought I was an excavator at a company that did excavating and plumbing, and I bought a trench box for doing sewer lines, just keep you protected. And I had a little flatbed dump truck. I drove it all the way from Price all the way over to Denver, picked it up and drove it back. I think there was a couple other times too. One of the best train rides I ever take was the Amtrak from Helper, Utah, over to I think it was Denver. One time I only went. I can't remember the place, but it wasn't quite to Denver. I remember driving there and dropping my truck off, and then riding the train back to Helper. And then when my daughter came down to visit me for a week, we got on the train and rode it back to that place to get my truck, so she'd have something to talk about. She was like, I think 8 or 9 at that time. It's driving. My Filipina has taught me a new Filipino word. Mahal? What's mahal?
You don't know mahal?
No.
Love.
Love. Oh. No, I don't know that one.
He doesn't know. He doesn't want to learn.
My hearing is so bad, I can't.
But-
and my memory is so bad. I think it's my memory. It's worse.
Word mahal.
3 days later, I'll forget about it.
But there's the other kind of meaning of the word mahal.
What's the other?
Expensive.
Oh, expensive. Well,
So it's
they both
either-
go together.
It's no.
Yeah,
Hello,
I can understand
Ate
that.
Pink, Kuracha, thank you so much. Tamsak Dan, Buhay Amerika. Ate Pink, thank you. Thank you po. Good morning to you.
I know
Thank
two
you.
words. I think mabuhay and
That's the only term.
salamat.
That's the only term he knows.
That's the only one.
Sir Daniel, where's my other phone? Where's my phone?
Where's your
I'm
phone? Right
using
there.
that.
That's what you're using.
I don't know why. I
Sometimes I don't understand her. Where's my phone? Where's my phone? You're looking right at it.
Sir Jeff, oh. Sir Daniel is laughing at you. You have only 2 words that you know.
Yeah.
We met Sir Allen and Mom Nadia in Ayala today. Sir Daniel. So you will be the next to meet. We don't know.
Yeah, we
were
didn't even plan on it. We went to the
Ayala.
motorcycle
Expo.
expo at the convention center, and it's like a 10-minute walk to get back over to Ayala. So we went there and bought them. We were excited. I was excited because I wanted to go see all the new motorcycles, but they didn't have any Japanese motorcycles. No Yamaha, no Suzuki, no Honda. They had CF Moto, they had Harley Davidson, they had a whole bunch of what were the Italian scooters, a bunch of names I've never heard of before. Chinese, oh yes, well that's CF Moto. And then there was ZK Moto or something like that, or
CX
ZX Moto.
Moda. Just in
So
China.
yeah, I've never seen so many brands I'd never heard before, but it was really kind of wasn't near as-
Expensive.
I mean, there was a few motorcycles, but it was really smaller than I thought. So, but anyway, we were only there for what, maybe a half hour, maybe more,
Less.
less than a half hour.
Yeah.
Um, Mylene took some video of the motorcycles there, make a video about it. But
But the
afterwards,
music was
we just
loud.
walked back over to Ayala,
Ayala.
went into, I mean, I think we got on the first escalator and somebody was,
Calling.
Mylene. She turns around and it was
Subscriber also
subscriber,
here.
yeah.
That
Alan
couple.
and Nadia.
Yeah, they're couple also.
Yeah, very nice couple, yeah. Sat
Yeah.
down, had coffee with them.
Had coffee.
So it was kind of strange, just
Yeah.
we just walk in, get on the first escalator to go up, and somebody's noticed you. This is the second time that somebody's recognized you
Oh,
as a
yeah.
YouTuber.
In Tacloban one
Tacloban,
time.
yeah, Sir Ned. I wonder how he's doing now.
Oh, he has surgery. We need to ask
Did he have
him.
surgery, or I thought he just went back to the States. He was in the hospital, but it'd
Hospital, yeah.
be nice to know what happened to him.
24 eyes in the house. Thank you so much, guys. Nice. I'll be over there in November, just in time for typhoon season.
But we're going to be
No.
gone from November 12th to November 20. Well, probably November 12th to the 27th or 28th. Because we're going to go to
Cruise ship.
cruise ship with Vietnam and Vietnam, Thailand.
Oh, my hat from Sardinia. I couldn't take. I will not take it. I can't take it because we will be gone if he arrives
Yeah,
late.
yeah. So come a little earlier or stay a little later.
Yeah. Uh, how many days the
14-day cruise, but
No, I mean-
we're staying over in Singapore. It goes from Hong Kong to Singapore for 14 days.
I'll be over there entire month. Ah, okay. We'll meet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at this is what I like to do. I like when if I go out of the country on vacation. I usually try to book 2 back-to-back cruises with different cruise lines or cruise ships.
Mm.
And even if I have to stay in a hotel for a couple of days, we couldn't really work it out this time because it's not the cruise ships that line up, it's the airfare to get back. And airfare around Christmas just gets really expensive, and I didn't really do it. But if I can find a place where I was thinking of maybe after the cruise going over to Vietnam or Cambodia and staying there for like a week or two and then coming back. If I can swing that, if I can find something, I do it. But it's always up in the air. I always never know what's going to happen. Because I'm like the guy that waits till the last minute. And I get the good deals when they lower the price really low, just to sell out the ship. Like it's a month out, 2 months out.
Mm-hmm.
You get such a good deal. And I have my limits. Like it used to be $100 a day. That's when it was a good deal, with everything, tips and everything. But now it's like. Prices went up this year so much. I'm lucky to get it for $150 a day per person too. That's another thing. So 14 days, you can see how that's kind of expensive. So, anybody else here been on cruise ships? They like cruise ships?
Cruise ship? I don't think so. That's smart. Sardinia. So, okay, honey. Since we are here, and especially Sardinia is trying to come to the Philippines, or it's not trying, but
He's
has
going to, okay.
schedule. So, what can you say about the prices or the cost of living nowadays? Like, how much is the rent? How much is the food? Does it affect you in your budget, something like that, compared to before? Like,
No.
okay, let's say 1 year ago. Okay, what can you say about the prices of the
Well,
rent? First, rent.
Well, I can't really say because we haven't rented anything.
Yeah,
for
but you are
that long.
looking in marketplace, something like that. So
Oh,
do you remember?
the only reason I'm looking is we have the condos that we're probably
Yeah.
two condos we'll probably rent out here
Mm.
in the next month or two, and so I'm looking at them. I don't know if they went up a little bit, or I think since I purchased them a couple of years ago,
Mm-hmm.
they've went up quite a bit because when we first got them, there wasn't really that much of a demand, and so Parthenon where I have a condo, we were here and they were renting those out for 10,000 a month.
10,000, yeah,
You
a
know, and
month. Now,
now they're more like mid
20.
mid teens or to 20, as much as 25.
Yeah, 25.
So
Our
probably
friend.
between 18 to 25,000
So
a
it
month.
increased, yeah.
So it's increased, and
Increased.
the gallery, you know, I was looking for one to rent when I was waiting for this condo to be ready,
Yeah.
and I think they wanted 35, but that was for a bigger one bedroom than the one we have, and
Mm-hmm.
it included parking. So, I think we have that's Venus and Keith, isn't that what they pay, about 35?
36, including
36
already the rent.
parking, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I I don't know. I think they've just kind of stayed the same because they've they've kept having more of them open up. Because when I bought this one, well,
Only few.
they just started uh, uh, turning over the ones in Tower Two. There's three
Tower 2.
towers,
They open now the
and
Tower 3.
Tower Two has twice as many as Tower One and Three. So now Tower Three's open. So they're moving into there. So there's always open units here. I think now, and I think maybe helps keep the price down. But still, you know, these are
High end.
these are they're supposedly high end.
Yeah.
They're, when you get in them, they're not. They're just kind of basic, but it's a nice
It's a
unit.
nice
A very
one.
very nice lobby. They have a very nice gym, even though it's about the smallest gym you'll ever see
Yeah,
in
but
a
their
condo.
the amenities is so you have so many choices there.
But yeah, the gym's almost unusable. You go down there, it's always full. So, and to have two treadmills in a place with this many condos is kind of ridiculous. So anyway, my opinion, but
How expensive is air travel in the Philippines?
well, the air travel's really nice because as long as you book it ahead of time, we like I think everybody knows we live between two places. We live between Cebu City
Cebu.
and Leyte. You know, we have two properties in Leyte. We have two properties over here, so we're flying forth all the time. But I always book them out about a month ahead, and for like a what's it like a 40-minute flight to get between here
Yeah.
and Tacloban, and
Booked like 27?
yeah, it used to be 25. Now it's 27. Now
$27.
it went up to like $90 for a couple weeks.
But
You
it's
know,
1 month ahead.
because of oil. Yeah.
1 month ahead.
But
You
even
book.
with the oil prices, it was still
Oh,
about
yeah.
$70 to $90
Mhm.
one way per person. You know, when that first happened, but now it's gone down to 27. So it's very very easy. It's like for and we don't check a bag, so we just go in.
Yeah, it's always hand carry.
Can't carry it. So my cost is like what $54. It's that cheap. So.
Yeah, even though we're like going back and forth, back to Leyte in a month, like 2 times, you're still not spending that much.
Yeah, two
for
times a month. It costs
Yeah.
us at somewhere maybe between, and even if you figure the
120 something like
the
that.
grab rides or the maximum rides that we get back and forth to where our home is and to the airport.
To the
I mean,
airport.
it's like I think we figured at one time between here to get to the Cebu airport and then to get from Tacloban airport back to our townhome, it's like $15 total. So you know you're talking, you know, maybe $70 for each time. So it's
Each
$140 a
Yeah.
month. You know,
For
I
both
mean,
of
when you
us
think about
already.
that, that's so cheap to have travel like that.
Yeah, for both of us already.
Yeah. So
Yeah, so
and then if you want to go at other places, I mean, most everything is you know probably between if you book a month ahead,
mm,
you can go almost anywhere in the Philippines for probably under $75. I think probably.
yeah, but it depends on the place, honey, because
I mean,
especially
no,
if it's in a tourist spot area, I think
maybe
it's more
maybe.
more
Well, we
Yeah.
haven't really looked at it. We know if you go Manila is really cheap.
yeah.
And then, but if you want to go to like Hong Kong, I mean, we're flying to Hong Kong for I think it's like $90. You know,
Mhm.
when we go on the cruise, and then but coming back from Singapore, you know, you're maybe a little bit more. I think maybe it's 120, 130, and then you can go all over the place here. We were looking at going to. We were thinking about going to Bali to go down there with my daughter, and then when that didn't, then she wanted to go by herself, didn't want
Yeah.
Dad to go along with her. So then we were gonna go down there and spend a few days, and then get
And
on a cruise ship, and it
yeah.
was still like it wasn't that much, like maybe 100, 120.
Mm.
You know, so if you go anywhere in Asia, it's pretty cheap.
Yeah, it's cheap, especially when you book ahead. And
Yeah.
also, here, if you want to travel like around Philippines, there is a particular time that's cheaper, like early in the morning, something like that. You're the one who's booking the
No,
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 there's no
it
difference.
seems like when you're looking at the booking sites online,
Mm.
I just sort them out by the lowest price, and then I sort them out by the duration too.
Mm.
Kind of look at which is the best. You know, so I'll pay a little extra money if I don't have to sit there at an airport for 8 hours. You know,
Mm.
but even like for us, for me to go back to the States, I can get a flight from Cebu to LAX for under 500, as long as I book it. You know, probably 2 months out. The problem with that is, it depends on how long that layover is. I might have to pay, a little extra if I want to just have a layover of 2 hours, or rather than a layover of 10 hours. My daughter went back, and she went from Bali to Seoul, South Korea,
Korea, yeah.
and then went to LAX. But she had a 10-hour layover, and
In Korea.
in Korea, yeah,
So how much was it?
I think it was like 450 or something like that.
Still cheap.
Yeah, especially Bali, yeah.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, but that was my daughter, so I was gonna pay whatever, but that was the best flight we could get. She didn't want to stay in Bali more than like 4 or 5 days after she finished her training there. She was there for yoga instructor training. So
And I think it depends on where you book, or do you have any particular site that they're
well, yeah.
booking much cheaper, honey?
Yeah, they're pretty close, but everybody says Google Flights, and I've never found Google Flights to give me the best price. So, um, you know, my go-to place is Skip Lagged, and I'll um, uh, tell everybody that, yeah, I use it all the time. I do the
Skip
Skip Lagged
lag.
all the time. In fact, I thought we had one, but I thought I booked one to go to Hong Kong, but when I went back to check, it wasn't. It's a full fare flight, but I used to always go when I used to go back and forth between the U.S. and Europe to go on cruises. You do have a flight to maybe go from L.A. to Barcelona, and it would be like $700-800. But if you took one from L.A. to Denmark with a stopover in Barcelona, it would be 420 or something,
Mm.
and you'd save 30% or so, and you just wouldn't take the second flight. And it's called Skip Lag. So, and the site's called Skip Lag. So that's my go-to place, and I always find it to have the best prices anyway. So I just always go there. Every once in a while, I'll check something else, but it always has the best. Now with Skip Lag, sometimes they say, this is the price, but then when you check it and you want to book it, it'll send you to a third-party site like eDreams or what's some of the other ones? Kiwi, yeah, something like that. And one time I had one with Kiwi, and they changed the flight, and Kiwi never notified me, and I missed my flight. So I double check that all the time now. I'm always checking it beforehand before I go on a flight, so that won't happen again.
Mm.
So anyway, yeah, it's just my own opinion. I think everybody has their own. Some people
Yeah,
like
it's
Kayak, some people like Google Flights, some people like Sky Tracker. There's always something, but I'm just the guy that's gonna want the cheapest flight. If I'm by myself, I don't mind 4 or 5 hour layover, but if like me and Mylene go, I don't want to be sitting in an airport for 4 or 5 hours or more. But I'll tell you one thing: if anybody comes here, okay, this is from personal experience. Any way you can get out of not going through Manila, go to Cebu. Don't fly in and out of Manila. Don't go in there
oh yeah,
for a layover. It's so hard to get
so
from one
hard. There's
terminal
no
to another,
chair.
and sometimes it's so
It's
crowded.
always
There's no.
not sometimes, always.
Yeah, it's one of the worst airports. I think it's overcrowded, and the way it's laid out is you've got three or four terminals,
Mm.
and there's no direct bus line. They have to go up, take on a bus, and then usually it goes outside the
Outside
airport
the airport.
into the traffic that's
Mm.
just so jam packed
Oh yeah.
anyway to get around. So yeah, unless you, my thing is that I won't go through Manila unless I have at least a 4 hour layover, and it's going to take that long to get from one to another. And I'm not talking about getting your bags and moving your bags. I'm talking about they're going to move your bags from one plane to another. They're going to do it for you, but just getting yourself
Mm.
from one terminal to another. Yeah, if you had 2 hours, it's like you're going to be lucky to get that flight. So you want to at least 4 hours. Then I'm always worried. So we did that once, didn't we?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And then also it depends on the airlines when like like just in the Philippines. So we experience so many flights that being delayed.
Yeah.
So that's the disadvantage of
Yeah,
having
especially
sometimes the
Cebu Air.
Cebu Pacific.
Yeah, when you go on, if you're taking Cebu Pacific in the Philippines, in the evening there's a really great chance that you're going to be delayed. So
Delayed,
maybe
yeah.
a little bit. Maybe there's once they canceled one whole flight. Remember?
Mm.
But the thing is too is when you go in through Manila,
Mm.
like if we wanted to fly to LAX or something. Or I think one time we went to Singapore, and they flew us from Cebu or I think Tacloban to Manila, and then Manila to Hong Kong or Singapore. I can't
Yeah.
remember. But the problem is the domestic flights go to one terminal, and then you got to change to another terminal for the international,
Mm.
and that's not good. And that's where you have the problem. But in Cebu, the airports are right next to each other. It takes maybe
Yeah.
5 minutes, 10 minutes at the very most to walk from one to the other.
So it's just connected. In Manila,
Yeah.
it's not connected, the
Yeah.
international. But don't worry, if the new airport would be finished, that project, honey, here, remember? They're making an airport which
Oh
is
yeah, but
very nice,
that's
same as Singapore, but
probably 10 years
maybe.
away though.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
very nice.
Yeah, even our own Tacloban airport in
In
Leyte,
Tacloban, yeah, they're
building
building
a new airport.
international, yeah.
But
So
like we went there the other day, and just because a couple of planes were delayed,
delayed, yeah.
this was mid-afternoon, wasn't it? About 3 o'clock
Yeah, 3 o'clock.
on
It was
on a
delayed.
Sunday, and
Yeah.
it
But
was
it was
it
about
was
the weather.
standing room only. Yeah, we could not get.
Yeah, but it's about the weather,
Yeah.
honey, because
Yeah.
the airplane would be like coming from Manila, going to Tacloban, I think, and
They had
then
flooding over there or
yeah,
something.
flooding,
Yeah.
something. There was a problem. It's about the weather.
Yeah.
So be ready with that, Sir Daniel. If you are traveling inter-island here in the Philippines, be ready with the weather, especially that November.
Yeah.
Yeah, November to December. So expect it.
Yeah, the one thing about Philippines, once you come here and after you've been here for a while, you just when something happens, you just deal with it. You can't you get upset about it. Things happen all the time here. Things work out.
Yeah, you can work it out.
And the only thing I have really worried about is when I go on a cruise, because usually I fly in the same day, and so then
Oh
we're
yeah.
always, like I think we're going to Manila. We're
This-
going to
this cruise?
we go on our flight to Hong Kong.
Mm.
We fly into Manila, but we got like 4 hours between.
In
We
between.
get there like at what's it, like 3 a.m. and then our flight doesn't leave till like 7:30 in the morning to Hong Kong.
So, so far, honey, because you experienced this kind of delay, because of the weather, because of there's a problem in the runway, this kind of stuff. Uh, did you feel like you regret that you come to the Philippines and then because you're encountering this kind of stuff?
No, it's just I don't regret it. It's just one of those things. Like I come from the States. I lived in Utah, where I could just drive to any state around me, but and then get on a plane and go someplace. Here, you can fly just like anywhere else to another island. You just can't drive. You can't drive. You can if you want. You can drive your car onto a ro-ro ferry, but that's going to take you a lot longer than flying. To do that, you have to go buy the ticket. Usually, you have to buy it hours ahead of time, and then you have to be there a couple hours before the ferry goes to load up your motorcycle or car,
Mm-hmm.
and then the ferry is going to take a long time to get just from Cebu to Leyte. It's a 6 hour ferry ride. Now you can get a ferry ride for half the time, but you can't take a car or motorcycle with you. Then we're past craft, so they're going to go there in 3 hours, and it's not cost that much. But the other thing is the cost is more than an airline ticket to get a car. Like we used a car to go from Cebu to Leyte, which is we. Then you still got to drive 2 hours to get to where we live.
Yeah.
It's like $480 just to take the car. Our truck we took. We didn't take the car. You were taking the truck. But a motorcycle, it's like 180. But it's quite a bit more for a car. So yeah, it's expensive. But if you want to go on, if you're just carrying a bag with you, yeah, you can get a
Yeah.
fast craft and it's okay. But still, you got to do the same thing. You have to be there an hour or two ahead of time because you got to be there an hour because you're gonna probably get on the ferry an hour before it even goes when they, and then you have to be there an hour before
An hour
just
before.
make sure they let you on because it's and then it's a we watched a couple videos here about with a guy that's getting all frustrated trying to get from one place to another, and he's in the middle of a rainstorm trying to get the ticket to get on the ferry.
And then,
Then he doesn't even know the time the ferry goes, and then he tries the motorcycle out to get on the ferry, and it's not the ferry he wants to get. There's no ferry of the line he bought the ticket from. He goes back to the ticket agent. They find out, well, no, he got 4 hours before the ferry even gets back. So,
and
so
then,
he's all frustrated, like
and
he
then
just
he
wants to
said,
get out of here.
and then when he get out in the when he was already on the ferry going in, and then he said, "Oh my God, I hope this one will not sink." So far, honey, you've been here for 4 years, almost 4 years in the Philippines. Do you have anything that you have to be worried about being a retiree? Anything that you have to
Worried
worry
about?
about?
Well, I think there's a lot of things to worry about. Is you just have to be prepared. You want to. One thing you worry about is being stuck without money. So you want to have like three different ways of getting money. I when I came, I had Schwab debit card
Mm-hmm.
where you can get money out of any ATM. And then I have another credit card that I can get money out, but I don't use it because it charges me uh, Schwab will refund you the fee that the ATM charges, where this standard credit card will not. And then they'll also charge you an international fee too, which is kind of like two different extra fees you have to pay just to charge something. And then I also have two different ways I can transfer money from my my Schwab account, which is Wise and Remitly. And then you got Gcash, so Gcash,
Yeah, and
you
it's
can
so
put money
easy
on
now.
there so you can
Mm.
buy stuff easy.
You can pay
So
also
got that,
anywhere. You
and
can
then
use.
you got to make sure you have some kind of a banking system where they can wire money too,
Mm-hmm.
if you get somewhere. And I can't say enough about Schwab. I was in Mexico and forgot to, here there's two different things for ATMs in Mexico and Philippines. I don't know why they do this, but in Mexico, you put your card in an ATM to get some cash out, and the cash will come out to you, and you say, "Are you done?" You say, "Okay, yeah, that's fine." And you take your money,
Mm-hmm.
and as you take your money, you're putting it in your wallet. It doesn't do anything,
Mm-hmm.
and you'll turn around and start walking away, thinking, "Well, I got my money now, and I got my receipt," and you walk away. Even though, and then like a few seconds later, it goes on the screen, "Are you done?" If you don't hit done, your card doesn't come out. And so what it'll do is it'll just suck your card back in after a while.
Really?
And even if it does send your card back out and you don't grab it, after 20 seconds it sucks your card back in and it destroys your card. Every time it sucks it back in or you don't get it, it sucks your card in and destroys it. So
Why?
because they want to make sure nobody steals your card, because if it sticks your card out and just sitting there sticking out, and you
Also
walk
for
off,
safety
somebody else
purposes.
could get your
Okay.
card.
Okay.
So in the Philippines, their ATMs, the card comes out. You can't get your money. They won't give you your money until you pull your card out, so it
Mm-hmm.
knows you got it. I don't know why all ATMs are that way.
Yeah, it's the card first and then the money.
Yeah, you won't. They won't even drop the money out until you
Oh.
pull your card. But if you leave your card there and you don't take it out, it'll do the same thing.
Mm.
It will suck it back and destroy it. So, but in Mexico, I walked off, thinking that and then I got out and I said, did I get my card back? When I walked outside the bank, opened my wallet, didn't see my card, went back in. Somebody else was on the machine. I said, was there a card here? He said, no, there's no card. So I went in and said, did somebody drop a card off? I said, they asked me why, because I said, well, I walked out, I didn't get my card. And they said, oh, sorry, sir, the card was taken back. I said, we're taking it back. Like, why? Can't you get it? Can I get my card? Can you give me my card back? No, they destroy it. So, but anyway, the moral of the story is I called Schwab up, and I had another card the next day. I don't know how they did it that way, but the very next day, it was in the morning when this happened, and the next evening, the UPS in Mexico drove up to where my Airbnb, my Airbnb, and
Your card.
and had a one of those UPS envelopes, and it had my card in it.
Wow.
So they're very helpful.
Okay. Navigating the Manila airport sounds about
it
as
is.
fun as going to dentist for a wisdom tooth extraction.
Anybody who's been to Manila, they
Oh.
always say try not to go there.
Yeah. Shots
Yeah,
5104 send sparkles. Wow, thank you so much for the jewels. Thank you very much. It's thank you for the gift. Thank you so much for the jewels. Abbas Helmi the second. I couldn't read it. I'm sorry, I couldn't read it.
Does it give you a thing to
There's no
translate it?
translation.
Can't you highlight it and translate it?
While I was on a long layover at the Houston airport years ago, I saw a guy literally have a heart attack while he was trying
To reach his
to reach
connecting
his
flight.
connecting flight. Oh,
I remember once I went. Where'd I go? I went to Houston.
how can I translate? Yeah, okay, honey, go ahead.
I flew to Houston. I can't remember what I was doing over. But I remember they have these underground tunnels. You can go from one terminal to another, walking. They have a little train, the transfer train. But I wanted to walk, so I walked, and I had like a couple hours to kill, a few hours. I think maybe probably 4 or 5 hours. I remember I came into one of these little areas, and it had some soft seats to sit on. I remember I just sat down there in that tunnel and just kind of slept for a few hours. And I've never seen that before in the airport. They have, where they have the transfer train. Usually it goes one place to another, and there's no walkway next to it. In Houston, there's a walkway right next to it. You can walk, and the trains come by.
Sir Bernie, good morning. Say good morning to Sir Bernie, honey.
Good morning, Sir Bernie.
I saw regular guy video on getting ferry. Absolutely brilliant piece of artistic work. The man is a genius. This is what I like about him.
Yeah,
he always tells an
That's
interesting
that's
story.
the guy I was talking about. I wasn't gonna name names, but that's
Yeah, we like
That's the way. That's exactly the way you feel too when you're trying to do some stuff. Especially when we were driving around on the motorcycle, we were for a while. Me and Mylene were traveling all over on my motorcycle. And we'd go to these different ferries, and every single one of them has got a different way of getting the
Way.
ticket. Some of them you go to one place to get a terminal fee, and some of them you have to go some other place and get. They always have to National Guard stamp. I never understood it. You just show it to them, they just stamp it. It's like they don't look at it or anything.
Don't move the table, honey. Yeah, and
I
then
moved the
also this.
table?
Yeah, sometimes here it's moving. PPA. What's that? The PPA terminal fee. You
And
go
P-
through all the stuff.
Yeah, I
For
know. I don't know the PPA. What's PPA?
For the Coast Guard.
Oh, the Coast Guard.
Guard,
Coast
yeah.
Guard. Yeah, but that's just a stamp.
Stamp, yeah.
And they never look, at anything. Maybe they're
They
looking
just
at how old it is. Maybe if it was older, they'd want to check it. But it's just another step you have to do. But they're always in different spots. They can't have everything in the one spot. And it's not like
Yeah,
it's just
that's
two
his-
doors. It's not like 2 doors down. Sometimes you have to drive
That's his
to the
complaint.
place. You have to drive to this place, and nobody tells you where. You have to keep asking everybody. There's no sign up that says this is the National Guard. That you won't find. You won't find this is where the ticket. The only thing you'll get about a ticket office is they'll have the line, like if it's Starlight or if it's a Light Ferry
Yeah.
or what's the other one?
Robo.
Robo. Yeah,
Yeah.
they'll have the name of that, but it doesn't
Ticketing
say.
office.
And very seldom does it say ticketing office. It'll
Oh,
just
yeah.
say Robo or Light Ferry.
Yeah.
And but usually the only way you know is there's a line waiting to buy a ticket. Some places they have great big offices where it's obvious, but Well, when you're in a little town, it's hard to find.
Good morning, Sir Bernie. Look at the Sir Bernie idea. You have the same idea with Sir Bernie. Why doesn't the Philippines standardize their ferry fees and payments and do it all
I,
online and on an account?
you know why?
Like why don't
They
they
just
make
don't
it
care. They
easy?
just don't care. They don't care. They don't care about making it efficient. It's just the way they've done it all the time. So that they say this is just the way we do it, and you gotta just suck it in and just say,
You just
okay,
have to be patient.
I'm a foreigner.
Foreigner, no
You know, you
complain. You
just
don't have
have
to
to
complain.
go with the flow. Don't let it bother you.
Yeah.
It's gonna you'll let it eat you up if you make if you let it get you upset. Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes he's upset. He's just mumbling himself.
Yeah. I mumble, but I don't make a big stink about it.
Yeah, but it's just mumble by
There's only a
himself.
few times I've made a few big stink, and usually I feel bad afterwards. But
Yeah, when it comes to like today, we went to I told you that honey, let's buy some bananas and in the fruit stand downstairs. And then we saw there's a what do you call bazaar or something
yeah,
there. It's cheap, very cheap.
they had
But
some kind of
then
sale.
yeah,
They had mostly it was
buy one take one.
they were mostly it was household items, but there was a part of it that had produce,
Mm.
and so we were done, and everything was really really good prices. So
Yep.
we walked up to the register, and it's going to take us an hour to get through the register. So I said, let's just put it back and go. So we put it back and then walked downstairs where they have some produce too.
Mm.
Everybody's upstairs waiting in line to
Yeah.
save a few pesos. It probably would have saved us 100 pesos to buy the fruits that we had.
Not 100, like double the price.
No, I
from
think it was
the-
probably 100 pesos from what it cost down below.
okay.
Maybe 150 pesos, which is $2
Mhm.
to wait in line like that. And I said, I don't need to wait in line to save a couple bucks, and it's not very pleasant because you're jam packed in this
Yeah,
place,
you're
and everybody's moving around you, and you're just waiting in line.
It's not
And so
comfortable
we
for
walked
him.
back, put our stuff back, walked down, got our stuff, bought it, and we were back. And I think probably they might have moved maybe one person through the line, and we were probably number 12 in the line.
Yeah, to me it doesn't matter to me, but I'm just after him. Honey, would you
I
like to
wasn't.
continue?
No, I wasn't. I wasn't having a fit about it. I just said, "Hey, let's just go."
Let's just go. Yeah. So
Well,
what we did is just we go to the normal fruit stand downstairs, but it's double the price.
I don't think so.
Yeah, double. It's
What
double.
we had maybe in the hand, what you had the oranges, which was a couple hundred,
Mm.
and then you had the bananas, which was maybe 100.
Oh yeah.
And so how much did we spend downstairs? It was 268 pesos.
Yeah, but I
We
like the
didn't- we-
kiwi.
We didn't get we didn't get any kiwi. But
Remember the kiwi in downstairs in the grocery in
well,
Robinson's?
no, I'm not.
110.
I'm just talking about what you bought, not what you could have saved if you would have bought some more. This is how Philippines think. Okay, if you got 50% off, and you buy that, she just saved me 50%. No, you didn't save me. You spent 50% that you had before. If it was 500 pesos, and you had to buy the fruit, and she sees it, and it's 250 pesos because you saved 50%. Well, she just spent 250 of my pesos. I said, I would have had that 250 if you wouldn't have spent it. I said, it cost me 250, and she says, no, I saved 250. I said, no, that's not the way you look at it.
Yeah.
You can't save money by spending it.
But at least if you buy, you pay only half. Like for example, the kiwi. The kiwi downstairs is 110 per piece, and you go there, it's just like
How many
55.
times have we bought kiwi? How many times have we bought kiwi?
Hmm.
I think we bought kiwi for 6 months. So
Yeah,
we
because
don't need
it's
kiwi.
expensive.
We don't need
He
kiwi.
doesn't want. I want the kiwi.
She's gonna buy the kiwi and saved me.
I said-
no, you didn't save me. You just spent money for kiwi that we
2
don't
pieces
usually don't
only.
ever buy. Now
2
we're gonna have
pieces
to-
of kiwi.
We see things totally different.
Wait, I was so excited. Oh, I took
A
kiwi.
Filipino will wait for 6 hours to save 10 pesos.
Yes, in every peso, it's important to us. To you guys who don't even care for that. I remember being on a boat in the Philippines doing a snorkeling trip. Our guide says we have to give the old guy in another boat a local cleanup environment fee, 100 pesos.
Maybe, you know. Yeah, I wouldn't. I think a lot of
You
times
always give
they
tip.
do that. There's always somebody that they're trying to help out and stuff, and then
Mm,
whether they're really actually giving you, they're cleaning up
mm,
the fee and stuff. There's you know uh, I think we're kind of lucky to be here as foreigners because our money goes so much farther. I tell when I first came here, Mylene would always want to get just get the pesos back, so to save every pesos. And if I was buying something like even at the fruit stands, local fruit stands, these people are just making pennies, just
yeah,
on
sometimes
the stuff, just a
you
very
deserve.
fraction on what they sell. They live dirt cheap, and so if something's going to cost me like 260 pesos, I give them 300, and I say keep the change. Mylene used to hate that. I want the pesos. I said no, don't do that
No, I
because
just have.
I don't want to be, you're a foreigner. You don't want to be nitpicking every little thing, and
No,
try also the other thing you would try to talk down. Give me, can I? It would be 330 pesos, and she'd say, "How about just 300?" And I'd say,
yeah,
"Don't do
bargaining.
that. Don't do
I'm
that."
bargaining. He doesn't want me to do
Yeah.
that. I mean, sometimes the people are taking advantage for your kindness as a foreigner. So I have to look for those who deserve also.
Yeah.
So I have sometimes to correct him.
Yeah.
Okay, you can give to those people who deserve, not the people that taking advantage
Oh
of
yeah. Well,
you.
you can tell when
So
when the guy has a big belly and
yeah,
overweight
that's
and
what my point
he's
is.
trying to ask me to pay a little
Because
bit more. Yeah.
I feel the feeling of nothing, of
Yeah.
no money, something
Yeah.
like that. Where's James Owen? Happy birthday, James Owen, if you are listening today. Oh, it's birthday of Sir Owen. Happy birthday, Sir Owen. I think he's at work, maybe. I don't know.
Good morning,
Uh,
Mark Alaska. Good morning.
hello, Sir Mark. Good morning. How are you, Sir Mark? Good morning and good evening. Good evening here. Good morning, Mark Alaska. Please, sir, no gourmet food talk.
Is he talking about the kiwi? Is that for me?
Gourmet. It's not gourmet. Hmm. So far, what's your complaint, honey, about like you're retired already in the Philippines, in 4 years. So far, no complaint, nothing. You just
Well, I know
keep quiet,
that's not that it's a complaint. It's just like I said, you just have to kind of
deal.
understand you're not in this where you came from, and things aren't the same. So you just go with the flow. I just do what they do. You just need to with me. I just learned to maneuver around the problems. Like I don't want to wait in line for as long as a normal person would in the Philippines. I would rather pay a little more to go a place where I don't have to wait in line, or I'll go to the places where they have food that I enjoy rather than the sweet Filipino food that I don't like.
He
So
doesn't want adobo.
so so it's just the way. And then in traffic, it's the same thing. I try not to go out on and drive around on Mondays and Fridays because they're just horrible on Mondays and Fridays. And if I do want to go, there's usually only Sunday morning or Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday morning. I won't drive out. Afternoon, I don't even want to drive around in there. I know better, so I'll just get a grab. If it's somewhere close, just get a grab. It's so cheap here. That's the thing. That those are the things you can use to your advantage. Like today we went to the Moto, the
Expo.
Cebu Moto Expo
Hmm.
at the convention center. It wasn't even $2. It was two. It was yeah. It was
And how many minutes ride?
with a tip I gave him. It was $2.14
Mm,
for the drive. And what we were in the cab for probably 15 minutes
yeah.
because in the traffic we're just stuck in the traffic.
And you use your
Used
Gcash.
No, I used Grab, and
I grab, yeah.
I got a credit card in
Credit
there,
card, yeah.
an international credit card, so
Mm-hmm.
that it doesn't charge me for the international fee. So that's another thing. Yeah, when you do use a credit card here, make sure if you come here from the States or anywhere else, get an international card that does not charge you an international fee, because some cards do that, and I hate it. They'll charge you like a 3 to 5% extra. You pay some, $50, and then you got $1.50 charge, extra for international fee. Yeah, if you get the international card, I don't know what the difference is, why they do that, but I have a Capital One, which I got rid of the Chase one because they reduced my points
Mhm.
to, instead of getting twice as many points, they only get 1 point. And then the Capital One Venture Card gives me 2 points, but I use that all the time. I always buy my airfare through points if I can. It saves a lot, you know. You have to spend some too. I mean, obviously you have to spend some to get money.
We didn't mind the giving the old guy 100 pesos. We just didn't take any money with us that day because we were
Right.
snorkeling. We had to
Yeah.
borrow from our Filipino guy to pay the old guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes also it's their source of income, Sir Bernie.
Yeah.
So it's a kind of help because some of them they don't have work. They stay in that particular place, whatever they can do to earn money. But yeah, they deserve. Sometimes there are people who deserve your help. So your 100 pesos, it's a big help already for them. Sometimes
Yeah, and
like
there's
that.
the guy that's over by Robo. We go over there when we used to buy tickets. There's a guy over there.
Yeah, it was
He's in a
really
cart with no legs,
no
and
legs.
he's wheeling himself around, pushing the wheels.
He'll always there.
And he holds his hand. How can you just walk by him without
Yeah,
giving him some money?
yeah.
That's his only way of surviving is
Mm.
people giving him some money. You know, so
Yeah, that's what I said. There are people who deserve, but there are people also who are taking
yeah.
advantage of
The,
you.
the thing I don't like is all the kids. A lot of the kids come by. They look like they've been fed really well, but they run up to you and they hold your hand out.
Oh
You know,
yeah,
it's just,
you can see if the kids needs
yeah, you can see.
help or no, because some of them they have parents. They some of the parents they send
The
those
kids out,
kids
yeah,
to to ask help from people. You can see
yeah,
or you can determine which one needs help. So sometimes it happens like that. So yeah, so far, honey, um, is there anything that like you regret of coming here to the Philippines and staying like in your 4 years stay here? You regret nothing.
No, I don't regret it now. What I do regret is purchasing a condo in Mexico that never did get finished. And I put 50% down, and it's still sitting there 90% complete for the last 5 years. So that's what I regret. The Philippines, yes, I bought these condos here, and the one
But you
here
didn't regret
in Galleria. I don't regret it, but it was
because
really frustrating because I assumed it was supposed to. I mean, I think we assumed it in what, March or April.
and it took a year.
April, and it was supposed to be done at the very latest was August. We didn't get it till November,
Mm-hmm.
and so and then for, it seemed like there was always something going on. Oh yeah, to get the parking. The parking took another year to get the parking, even though they told me, oh yeah, well, you have parking available.
Mm.
You just have to pay the full amount that's owed on it, and then we can get you parking.
Mm.
And they don't believe anything they say.
Mm.
That's the thing. In Mexico, they said I signed a contract, and okay, and they'll turn it over and pay the other half when you get done. That was fine. They never finished. They don't get the other half, but I'm out my half. But here they tell you it's going to be done. You have to pay the whole thing, and then when you get the whole thing done, they said that's how you're only way you can get the parking, and then you find out that no, you can't get the parking. They said that was 850,000. You had to get the more expensive parking because now it's not available. But when they told you you could buy one, they say, oh yes, it's available, no problem, sir. And then so that's what I mean. It's just really frustrating. That's what I mean. It's not anything that
Quick.
I complain about, like I regret.
So the
It's just like,
take long.
yeah, it costs me more money. It's just they tell you one thing and it's not exactly true. They're just going to tell you anything they want. The thing I found out is most of them, they're just girls that they just hired to just do whatever, show you, just talk to you, have you fill out the forms or something. Everything here, when we ever bought anything, it always had to go to Manila. Everything had to be approved through Manila, and then they had to wait until they got it back. And it's just like 2 or 3 months later, we still haven't heard back from Manila.
Yeah, but this is particularly is talking about this is particularly in Galleria
Yeah,
residences.
just Galleria.
But your other condo.
Yeah, the other condo we bought, I
Just
paid it, and then
so
a week
quick.
later, I had it in
Hello.
my name.
Wait. Hello, Sir Owen. Owen, happy birthday. Say happy birthday to
Happy
Sir Owen.
birthday,
How are you,
Sir
Sir
Owen.
Owen? How are you? Happy birthday. God bless you. Thank you so much. Good evening from the Philippines. Jeff, you must regret running into cockroach.
No, yeah, tell you the truth, we've stayed, me and Mylene have stayed in so many cockroach hotels when we were traveling on the motorcycle,
Tell
you
them the
know.
cockroach
Oh my
in the
gosh.
worst one.
Well, the worst one was in our townhome.
No, here. Before at first we don't have the town hall.
Oh, yeah, but she's talking about here, Hotel Quattro or something,
Quattro.
right across from
Yeah, because we
Galleria.
don't have.
We walk in the
We didn't
bathroom
book.
and you turn on the light and all of them just go, about maybe 20 or 30 cockroaches just all of a sudden they just disappear. They're all, but we had the same kind of problem in our townhome. We had these cockroaches coming. We couldn't figure out where they were coming in. We thought they were coming into the space under the toilet flange. So we filled it all up, and then one day we get in there. There's a couple more cockroaches. So I sprayed the bug spray in it, and then closed the door. And we're sitting there watching TV. And all of a sudden, these great big cockroaches. They're like this big. They come walking under the door. One or two of them. So I opened the door, and there must have been 20, 30 cockroaches all over the floor. They were coming out this little hole in the wall where the water line comes into the toilet.
And then you spray in the
So
bathroom.
sprayed it, and they all died, and then we filled it all up. So we pretty much solved that problem. But I never seen so many big cockroaches at once. It was like one of those horror movies, where all of them start coming out of the drain or something. They just.
How are you, Sir James? Thank you so much for coming. How's your birthday boy? So
I always wonder about the cockroach. You got cockroach with a kickstand. I always think they got like a motor in it. Some of them go so fast. They run so fast.
they fly
It's like,
also.
oh my gosh, yeah, that's
Fly.
terrible when one flies on you. Oh, yeah, we had one. We had one up on the wall. How did that thing get up there? And all of a sudden it flies away.
Sir Bernie, when her daughter encountered a cockroach in the townhouse, I hear she was screaming. I was up, and then her daughter was screaming
My
downstairs.
daughter?
You were downstairs with Shelby, and
yeah.
then she screamed. What was that? There was cockroach
I
downstairs.
don't
in the
remember
kitchen?
that. I don't remember it.
Or a bug or
I
something
don't know.
that she was downstairs. He forgot already. So, as you can see, Sir Bernie, Jeff is already used to it, so it just doesn't matter to him. He's just catching the cockroach in my video. I was doing live stream, and then we're eating, and then suddenly there were cockroach.
The cockroaches here, they're different cockroaches.
They're very fast.
There's some little ones, but then there's the big ones that are kind of like they look like something alien when they get turned over. All the legs. But in the States, you have these cockroaches that have these eyeballs that kind of stick out, and they'll sit there and look at you, and you can tell they're looking straight at you. And as you take your food up, maybe if they're while you're eating, you'll see them on a wall, and you'll take the food up. You can see them look at the food and see it come right in your mouth. And they're just watching that food go up and down, up and. I remember going to a restaurant once, and I'd seen a cockroach up on the top of the wall, and it just kept watching me pick the food up and eat it. It's like these are weird cockroaches. They're not like that here. Like here, they're just big ones. They just move fast.
That sounds
Another
like
thing here, that's different. This is spiders here. I was in one place, and a spider got on the outside window, and it was like probably a good 10 inches.
I was in Dumaguete.
Dumaguete, yeah, it was on
Yeah.
the window. I've never seen another one since then. It got on there. Its legs spread out like maybe 10 inches, almost a foot. But the ones that get in the house, they jump and they move so fast. It's like lightning speed. You try to smash it and it jumps away. I've never seen spiders move so fast. In the States, they just crawl really slow. These things, they just jump. Oh, you have to get like a fly swatter or something to get them. I've never seen spiders like that. Oh my gosh.
Experience everything like cockroach, spider.
Oh,
And then-
the other thing you gotta know if you've never been to a place in the tropics, you're gonna have geckos in your house no matter what.
Gecko. That's
Yeah, unless you pay a fortune to have your house built with, airtight windows. They come in the thinnest slit because they'll get so small, and you'll see them come in and walk all over your walls and poop all over. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think I remember Shelby screamed. I went and stamped on the cockroach because it was on the
Yeah,
floor.
that's what I'm
But then,
thinking.
but then I said, "But don't worry about the little green lizards." And she goes, "You're kidding me, aren't you?" And I said, "No." And I said, "Look right up there." She goes, "Oh my God!" And she got the camera out to pictures.
Yeah, his daughter. So, all of a sudden, what's this live stream? It's all about cockroach, spider, gecko, and what about the frogs? When you go
Oh,
out every time you go out from the
we live.
townhouse, the
Our
door.
townhouse in Leyte is right next to a rice field. If you go outside after they've watered it or after it rained, and you hear this brr 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 brr, and then you go out and sometimes it gets so bad when you open the door they want to jump inside the house. You have to watch. You have to open the door, turn the light on, make sure you're not stepping on one, because they just sit there and just look at you.
Yeah, they're not
Yeah,
scared.
they're not scared. They're just oh yeah.
That
Yeah.
sounds like a
They
large
just
Angeles cockroach,
yeah.
James O.
You have to get rid of varmints and insects in the
In the
Philippines.
Philippines. If you are in the particular in the
Yeah.
not in the province, because here in Cebu, this is Cebu City, and still there are
This is Cebu.
cockroach.
There's cockroaches. We don't have geckos in the gallery. You're too far away from the
They have maintenance here for that.
yeah. They have maintenance for the cockroaches too, but they still have them in here.
One thing about here, like especially in the mall, the maintenance is not that strict. Like did you spray last year? Sometimes like that. So that's why I hate it when they hiss at you. Like, how dare you approach me?
Is that for what? Cockroach hisses?
Cockroach.
I've never seen them hiss at you.
Cockroach. Ray in the Philippines. Hello, Sir Ray. Good evening. Thank you so much for coming, sir. Say good evening to Sir Ray, honey.
Good evening,
He's
Sir Ray.
new.
Oh,
He's
new.
new in my channel. Thank you so much. Welcome po to our live stream. Thank you so much. I can live with the ants in the Philippines, not so much cockroaches. If I have cockroaches at B residence in February, then I'm coming to live with you guys. B? Where's the
I think
B?
it just hit the
Ayala?
wrong. I think he just hit the wrong key.
B? Where's the B?
Well, I can't read it because you're on that thing there.
Wait. Cockroach February that I'm coming
If I
to.
have cockroaches at the residences,
Where is it,
I
Sir,
think he
Sir
put.
Bernie?
I think he meant to put the maybe.
B, it's a kind of
B.
residences. Oh,
B
B
res-
residences. Where is it?
I
Sir
don't know if
Bernie?
that's a B.
B residences. February. So he's coming in February to live with you guys. You guys ever live in the province? Yeah. Man, it's another world. I love it, but I like the city a lot more as I get older.
Yeah, our townhome's in the province, but we're in a subdivision.
Subdivision.
But we haven't been living in like a bamboo hut.
It's quiet,
that's-
Sir,
yeah.
Sir Owen. 'cause
I know the bamboo huts would have all kinds of
Oh,
insects and
yeah.
stuff there.
Yeah. It's because our townhouse is next to a farm, like a rice field.
Rice
They're
field.
supposed to make a fence on that, but they didn't finish the whole subdivision yet. So, but it's quiet, Sir Owen. There's no chicken. There's dogs,
Yeah,
but
we
it's
have
very rare.
wild dogs.
Yeah,
Wild dogs. Yeah.
But
We
it's not.
we can't walk in the neighborhood like early in the morning or
They have
something.
dogs. It's not wild.
Unless you get a metal stick with you that you can
Oh yeah.
smack the dogs with. They come after you.
But if you walk like every day, they know you already.
They might,
They
yeah.
won't- They don't bark at you. So, yeah, good morning, Ray in the Philippines from Sir Bernie. Sir Ray, I had standoff with a cockroach earlier. They are bold in the Philippines. He just kept coming towards me, even when I was stomping in front of it.
Yeah, it's bad when you go to stomp it and it turns around and comes after you, jumps up on your other foot and tries to go up your leg.
They're looking at you.
You're shaking your leg. I get up.
They're not that wild, yeah? They will stare at you. So it's kind of scary, especially those big ones. I want to breed a cat that eats only cockroaches and ants. I don't think so.
I've never seen it. Be nice to have a cat that did that.
They will catch-
rather than mice. They usually go kill that cockroach.
They will
but-
catch them, but they won't eat it.
Yeah.
They catch them.
Seen a huge spider,
Remember
jungle
seeing a
spider. Must
spider
have
in
been five
Palawan?
inch
Must have been
diameter.
five.
Huge,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's the one they're saying because remember in your apartment in Dumaguete, at
Yeah,
the back of it is big trees.
yeah.
That's why they have big spiders.
I have a picture of it somewhere. I keep trying to find it. Like it's somewhere in
Yeah.
it. I'm gonna print it up and paint and then put a poster on my wall. That thing.
So I remember Spider the Huge had looked a little like it's Sullivan. What's Sullivan? Sullivan. Look a little like
Sullivan
it
was
Sullivan. What's that?
Ed Sullivan. Ed
What's that?
Sullivan.
Who is
Ed
that?
Sullivan was a guy that had a program on that had all these new acts. You know, Ed Sullivan. That's where the Beatles were introduced to the
Ah,
United States. They were on the Ed Sullivan Show way back in the '60s. Ed
oh.
Sullivan Show was way back in the '60s.
Good evening, Ray from Sir Owen. Oh no, only fairies. Only fairies. Good evening, James from Sir Ray. If I move to the Philippines, it would make my winters better, but I do a small farm here, so I will be strictly winter.
Mm. So you go back to have the crop season for growing on the farm. You just come here in the winter.
How was the condo purchase for you, honey? It's for you.
Well,
Sir
we
Owen.
when I first came here, I was thinking about buying a condo, but I watched all these YouTubers that were saying, "Oh, don't buy a condo here. It's not. They don't maintain them. They don't. They lose value and stuff." And I came here and saw a bunch of new ones being built. I kind of saw the old ones. They kind of, they don't maintain them. That's right, but none of them get maintained. Even the nice ones. We have a Summit Hotel here right next to Galleria, and during Yolanda it blew off a bunch of panels. They're
Until
still
now.
not off. They're not
Yeah.
repaired. They don't repair them. And then there's some paint on this one outside that the paint's peeling there. I don't think they're ever going to repaint it. But it's just the way it is here. But the prices keep going up, just like anywhere else. Price goes up. I wish would have bought them when I first saw some of them. But a couple of years after I was here, when some of these started to open up to where people were moving into them, many of the people that had been paying on them for years, their situation changed. They couldn't get the money to pay the final balance, and so they would offer them for assumption. So that's how I got my two condos here, as I bought them. And so, uh, I mean, I mean, this one is just a lot of taking time to get everything done here.
Mm.
But other than that, it was just time consuming. We didn't get it when we wanted it, but I was in no hurry. So, and the other one went out real fast. So I have
Oh
nothing.
yeah, just a week.
I'm happy about them because
Mm.
both of them have went up in value quite a bit. You know, it's not like
It's not quite a bit. It's almost double
Yeah,
here.
almost double. Yeah.
Double here,
And so,
especially this one.
yeah, for what I bought it for, because I bought them when everybody was just trying to get rid of them, because there were so many of them available to assume there wasn't that many people that had the money.
Mm.
So if you
That
had
was
the money,
after
if
COVID.
you had the cash, this is like I say, cash talks. If you have the cash, you can get a good deal. You know, and usually it's we talked to Alan today. He said that
Mm. Sir
they
Allen.
will loan you the money for one if you're a foreigner. I didn't know they would, but I was just under the impression you just had to have cash anyway. So, but if I didn't have cash, I just rent. It wouldn't be bad. You know, it's just
Yeah.
just if you have rent and you don't have say what you can do, you can modify it like what we've done.
Yeah, we met Sir Allen and Nadia here today in Ayala Mall, guys. So we met him there. We met the couple today when we went to the motorcycle expo. For
Yeah.
those who don't know, because they are in Get live stream
Yeah,
also, so they know.
it's just the thing if they're going to tell you something, you know, just use common sense. If it doesn't sound like they're telling you the truth, they probably aren't. You know?
Mm, yeah, that's the thing. And also consult your Filipina partner that
Yeah.
is
Yep.
this true? Is
Yeah.
this legit? Is scam only or just a trap to us? Something like that. Your Filipina should know about that. So that's the thing.
Yeah, we even got a lawyer involved, and it
Oh
didn't
yeah.
really help. It was
Especially when
just
it comes to big investment already. So how was the condo purchase? If I lived in the province, I'd be a lizard. Rather keep the insects under control. But living in a condo limits exposure, so I'll stay here in Tagaytay.
Yeah, that's one thing they say about the geckos. They say don't kill them because they eat the bugs, and they don't mind you. They'll run away from
Ate the
you.
mosquito also.
Yeah, you can't. It's hard to catch them because they're so fast.
And be careful, this
Some of them
gecko,
come
the
in.
big one, bites. Those
Yeah.
big gecko,
Yeah.
it bites and it's poisonous. B Residences is in Lahog. 7-minute
Okay.
walk
Oh, it is
from
B Residence.
IT. Okay. So, and one thing also, Jeff had the good deal for your condo. You were looking in your condo in Marketplace, yeah? So some of
Yeah.
the good deal is in Marketplace.
Well, no, what
Even the
happened?
rent.
What happened? Me and
Correct.
Mylene were on the motorcycle, and she'd been down to
Leyte.
no, she'd been down to Dumaguete in
Oh, yeah.
Valencia with me. We rode the motorcycle from Valencia all the way up here to Cebu one
Cebu.
day.
In Cebu.
So we've been on the motorcycle like 6 hours, and we came across
Mm.
up this way, and we were gonna turn up to go up to, was it Ayala? We were gonna I can't remember. Were you staying up there or something? We were staying at a hotel,
Hotel.
a little above Ayala Mall.
Mm.
And so we came up this road, and I saw this mall here, and I said, let's just stop in here. And we pulled up the motorcycle where all the grab riders park, and they said, no, you can't park there. No. I said, well, where do I park? He said, go down. I had no clue. To go down in the parking garage. We went down there, and we came up and walked up, and we see this mall that looks just really,
Empty.
really nice. There might have been a
Yeah.
dozen people in there at the
Yeah,
most.
it was empty.
I mean, that was including us, a dozen people
Yeah.
in the mall. It looked so nice, and we think, oh my gosh. We were just thinking, this is really nice.
He
It's
likes
really
it.
nice. And it had the condo building next to it where they have access.
Mm.
So we didn't think anything of it, but when I got home, I thought, I wonder how much the condos are over there. Looked up
Yeah.
on Marketplace, and there was a couple of them for
Available.
Assumption, and we came and
Assumption.
talked to a guy. I think it was just a few days later after that,
Yeah.
and he showed us the condo. That's not the one we bought, but we bought one exactly like it
Oh, yeah.
that somebody else had that was cheaper. And that was where I made the mistake. The guy that had the condo at first, he had the parking with his. It was already attached.
Oh, yeah.
We would have bought it. We would have had the parking there, but the other one didn't have the parking. But it was a little cheaper, just a little cheaper. This is
Oh,
where
yeah, it was.
sometimes trying to save every little penny is not the.
You will
the thing.
regret.
So to get the other parking actually cost us a lot more. We would have been better to buy the first one that had the parking. We would have paid less in total. So one of those things that you look back on and think, yeah, I wish I would have just done that.
Yeah.
One thing good about it was he's on that corner where the sun comes up, so the sun's going to be hitting that side, and it's going to keep. They're going to pay a lot more for air conditioning because the concrete wall on the side is going to be hot, and we only have one side that has the sun hit it, because we're in the corner, and that tower 3 is right on the other side, so the sun never hits the one side, so it just has the one window that gets hot. But that's the way you look back on it, you can't really do anything about that, but that's how we came about the condo. I wasn't planning on buying something. I just kind of saw something, and I thought, this is nice,
Mm.
and it got me thinking about it.
And oh yeah, even if they're looking for a particular place to rent, Marketplace is a good recommendation. Yeah, you
Yeah,
can
it's about the
recommend.
only place. Yeah,
Marketplace.
Probably 90% of places.
Yes,
are-
much. It's a good deal.
If you go to these other places that are online
Yeah.
places, they got places that have been there for forever, and you see an ad for a rental, and then you call them up, and oh no, that was 6 months ago.
Oh yeah.
But
So,
in Marketplace,
Marketplace.
it's usually they have a time when it was posted, so you can tell how long it's been up there.
and also they have what you call sacrifice sale, something
Yeah.
like that. They have so much.
Well, that's
Deal
just what
there.
somebody I think writes down. They
Yeah,
sacrifice sale to get somebody interested. I don't know. It's really-
Yeah,
it's
but it's a good deal in Marketplace. Hello, Sir Farrell in the Philippines. Good evening, Paul. Good evening. Thank you so much for coming, honey. Sir Farrell, sir, say good evening.
Hello, good evening.
He's in Dumaguete.
Oh,
Yeah, Sir Farrell.
the one thing I really like being in Valencia and Dumaguete. The only one thing, they don't have like a Grab or anything, so I'd be going to the airport all the time and always having to find somebody to give me a ride down there. And I didn't like it because you take the motorcycle down and they charge you $9 a day for parking at the airport. And if you take a car down, it's $9 a day. I'm kind of going, wait a minute, You can put three or four motorcycles in a place that a car takes. They still charge you the same. Well, that's just the way it is.
He was the one, it's Sir Farrell that offers Sir Mike to fix his tire. He was the one. If you need me, you need the fixing the tire, he was just around, Sir Farrell. Remember, Sir Mike, the other day, he has this live stream that about tire something. He has a problem on his motorcycle tire.
Uh-huh.
And then he was the one who offers
Mike who?
Mike Philippine Retirement.
Okay.
Yeah. So he was the one.
Did he have a flat tire on his ride to Cebu?
I don't know. Maybe when he go back home, there was a tire problem. So guys, I have to make like a baby and head out. Everyone have had a good day. James Owen have a good surgery tomorrow. Oh,
he had
it's
surgery. What surgery? Who?
Sir James. So what kind of surgery again? I forgot. Yeah, his schedule. It's his birthday today, and he has this surgery.
Surgery birthday.
Sir. What's about your surgery, Sir Owen? We have Maxim. It's already Maxim already. Before Sir Sir Farrell, it has no Maxim in Dumaguete,
Yeah,
like 3 years ago.
I've been there. Yeah,
You've been there.
Been away for 3 years now.
They have now Maxim. We have Maxim. It's like an Uber. Yeah, we know that.
We have Maxim in
In
Tacloban.
Tacloban, it's Uber Grab
use that
up
all the
in
time,
Dumaguete area. You can use Maxim to call a trike. Wow, it's good nowadays, Sir Farrell. But before, it doesn't have any Maxim.
But the thing is, you can, okay, you say you can call Maxim for a trike.
Mm.
Now, I wouldn't be wanting to be on a trike to go from Valencia all the way to the airport. Do they have they don't have cars, do they have cars for Maxim?
Yeah, Maxim now is all over.
No, I'm just saying, is Maxim, do they use the cars for Maxim in
Dumaguete?
or is it just trikes? He says you can use Maxim to call a trike. Or is it just trikes, or you can get cars too? I know Maxim does motorcycles too, but like if you're going to the airport, you got a suitcase, you know. Oh God.
Come on, get on the trike.
Hey, I'm 6'1", and I don't know how these guys that are taller than me get on those trikes.
You do like that?
It only took me a couple of days on trikes before I went down and finally bought a motorcycle.
Has a backache. You cannot stay on
It wasn't
the
a backache,
trike.
it was bumping my head in the ceiling so many times on the bars. They're metal bars, they hurt.
Oh, come on, get on the trike and live.
Yeah, and
So
then you know the other thing was Valencia's gotten so crowded up there now.
Oh, 6-1.
I don't even like going up there on Sunday anymore when they used to have the farmers market going on. It just gets so crowded up there. It's just unbelievable. But I don't know. The Philippines is just that way. Everybody likes to be crowded.
Yeah, but there are lots of expats there. They want the place.
I'm not talking about the expats. I'm talking about everybody. Just
Everybody.
everybody in the farmers market is so crowded you can't even get in there. I remember going there and it's the same thing. If I want to get in, I got to wait in line, you know, to all these people trying to order food and stuff.
I'm 6'1" and I can get on the trike. Don't be trike.
I can get on it. I just don't want to. It's not like I can't. I can do it. I just don't
Look,
like
look.
it.
You pampered Cebu
Wait till,
chums.
yeah, you sit on a trike from Valencia, right there, downtown Valencia, and all the way to the airport, and you tell me how you feel.
Yeah, maybe. Sir Farrell, how many years you've been in Dumaguete or months? Sir Farrell.
I want to go back just to see the new mall they're building. They got the new portion of the mall opened up.
Yeah, when we were last.
They
when
just
we were
started.
last
They
time,
just,
yeah,
they just the
they
foundation was
barely
coming out of the
started,
ground.
yeah. I don't think so. They're finished.
No. Well, I know. Jogo
Jogo,
had
a
a little
video.
thing where they have a new walkway that goes clear around, different than it used to go through it maybe.
Sir Farrell is active with this one in his YouTube channel. Valencia to the airport is like 5 miles. LOL. How would you have been in the Old West? I don't wanna ride. What's a mule, honey?
It's
Mule?
like a donkey.
Mule
Half
into
horse, half
town.
mule. mule is like not half horse, half mule. It's a donkey is like a horse, but it's like a kind of
A small
a
one.
smaller horse, but
Mhm.
it's very stubborn. It's not like a usually you have. I guess it's a donkey is half mule, half horse. I think is the way it goes. The mule is what they put the packs on, and then they hike up the mountain.
Ah,
Usually they're just walking by
okay.
the side of it, or they'll ride them sometimes.
Mm.
But usually they go on um, expeditions. That's what I'm thinking of, and they just have 3 or 4 pack mules to carry all their stuff. Maybe they ride one of them.
Horse hybrid,
Yeah,
donkey or
donkey
horse
horse
hybrid.
hybrid. Yeah.
I've been in Doma for 4 months. Oh, 4 months already. Been in Doma for 4 months. Sir Farrell.
Yeah, one thing I've never done is ride a horse.
Riding a horse you didn't experience?
Never
I
rode a horse.
experienced to ride a horse in Saudi Arabia.
No, I-
Larger than a donkey with attributes of both. I
Yeah.
feel like Feralpedia up in here. Wait, Feralpedia. What does it mean, Feralpedia
I don't know.
up in here?
Feral.
What do you mean,
Is
sir?
that feral?
Feral. I feel.
Learning stuff. He's learning stuff. It's like an
Okay.
encyclopedia. It's a feralpedia.
Okay, Feralpedia. Got it. So, yeah. How about in? Feralpedia? How about honey? Because you've been here also. So my live stream na this live stream I put the title of this live stream about your as a retiree in the Philippines. So far, are you still enjoying the Philippines that same as when you first come here? Like the feelings that you had before when you first come here, you're happy that everything is uh, cheap and something like that. So do you have still that feeling until now?
Well, like I said, I'm not like most of the guys that come here. Most of the guys that come here because they want to find a cheap place to live, and they're on Social Security, and so probably 90% of them that come here, have limited income, and they just come here to have a better life than they have in the States. Or there might be some of them that come here to try to find a woman to have a relationship with. So I came here totally different. I came here because I was just waiting to have until my condo was finished in Mexico. So I came here with no
No purpose,
purpose. I just not to stay here.
just to
But
explore
so
or
I was here for a year, and then after I think it was after 6 months I kind of decided this might be a place to stay, and then I was thinking, yeah, might as well just stay here, and then when the condo's done, I can live in both back between here and Mexico, and then as the thing in Mexico is kind of went downhill, just thinking, well, I'd just rather stay here. So it's just more. I kind of just grew into this place. It's more like I saw the advantages here, much nicer advantage to stay here than Mexico. Mexico, my place was being built in Puerto Vallarta, and Puerto Vallarta is a nice place. You can get around. They got Ubers and stuff like that to get around. In drivers, they're out there. They use a lot, and I love the food in Mexico. That's one thing advantage of Mexico.
I like Mexican food also.
Over the Philippines, but in Mexico, I would never dare to ride a motorcycle from one town to another on my own, and especially at night.
It's dangerous.
Maybe during the day. Oh yeah, people are getting killed all the time. What they do is, there's so many cartel members, that are outside the city,
Oh.
and like even in Mazatlan, the cartels. El Chapo was the one that his group would protect the people in Mazatlan. He wouldn't let any other, gang members come in and extort the people in Mexico. He'd go cut their heads off and just spread
my
their body
God.
and heads away to scare off the other gangs. And so people liked him. They liked him, but still, it doesn't help anybody else. Somebody else wants to go and travel between towns and stuff, and you got these places that these guys come out and, well, they'll rob you. You know, I've heard, I've never had it happen to me, but I've heard that a lot of the police will pull you over and they want money or they're going to give you a ticket and cause you more problems. So they're extorting money out of you. But I never had that happen. I heard about it, but it's not a place
Oh my God.
that's you feel safe in because there's a lot of things that go bad there. You know,
How
so.
do you compare that situation
Well,
to the
the
Philippines?
Philippines, I would drive everywhere. I mean, drove all the places.
So,
I don't drive at night now because my eyes are so bad to see at night. You know, I used to wear contacts, and contacts at night, you know, with the headlights coming at you, it just makes a big blur. So, but you know, I can just wear glasses, but still, my eyes aren't that good. So,
so you feel safe
oh
here.
yeah, I feel safe. Yeah, I've always told people I could be driving a motorcycle from any place in the province where it looks like it's just a jungle, nobody's there, and if my motorcycle broke down, I could almost guarantee within 30 minutes somebody would be walking out of the jungle and come over to help me.
Mhm.
I think it's no, these guys don't come out and rob you; they come out and help you. You know, everybody's friendly. I don't know if maybe just because you're a foreigner, they want to be friendly to you, but maybe because they think you have money and you give them some money. But nobody ever asks me for any. I mean, so many people come out and help me with things like that. If my motorcycle breaks down, they'll help you. They don't want any money. You know, you pretty much have to force it to them. You know, they don't want to take it. You want to help them out. So it's much safer here. That's probably the biggest thing I would say kept me here was the feeling of safety. Much better. I feel more safe here than in the United States. Put it that way.
So until now, from the very first time that you landed in the Philippines, until now, you still have that feeling that you still safe
Yeah,
wherever
yeah.
you are.
I like both places where they have people with guns. I like going to the bank when the security guard has a gun out there. In Mexico, they'll have a shotgun. You know, uh, in some places here, I think in Dumaguete, there was a couple places where the bank had a shotgun. The banks have shotguns. The a lot of the stores just have a security guard, but they have security guard. It's like what happened to the United States? They got rid of all this stuff, and then they wonder why they have so much theft and stuff. Where they sue the store for stopping somebody from stealing them. Something has gone wrong back there. So anyway, there's too much theft, you know, in the states. You know, I feel much safer with my stuff in my places here than I would in the States. I would not like to go on a cruise for a couple of weeks in the States thinking, I would think that, you know, I would have a good chance of somebody breaking into my house if they knew it was empty. And then you have the people in the States that break into your house and they just take it over and they say, well, it's my house now. They go get the utilities put in their name
Oh
and then
my
they claim
God.
it's their house and then you have the problem of getting them kicked out.
Ooh. So, now, when you've been here for almost 4 years, so when it comes to food, because people are, especially there are some people or expat or Westerners that they are trashing the Filipino food. So until now, what can you say about the Philippine food? Like in your own experience, did
It's
you
not
had
very
any
good.
problem?
It's not very good.
Did you get sick in any food?
No, I never got sick on food.
Because in your situation, you are picky, you are, yeah, he is health conscious, so he didn't experience those kind of stuff, but he tried, but he didn't like it.
The Philippine food they like sweet. They like sweet. You know, I don't mind sweets. I have a sweet tooth. I love sweet. I love candy. I love ice cream, that kind of stuff. But I don't like sweetened chicken. You know, chicken adobo is sweeter. I don't like spaghetti that's with sauce that's like tastes like it's sugary sauce. So there's not very many Filipino foods I like. You know, so rice it's okay. You know, chicken. You know, Eileen makes me chicken. You know, pork chops. Yeah, that's fine. You know, the one thing I'm disappointed about is in the difference between Puerto Vallarta and the Philippines. Puerto Vallarta, you have nice seafood. You have snapper, really nice snapper fish. You got shrimp that's totally different than the way the shrimp is here, and it might be the way they cook it here, but it's just
How
the
do
shrimp.
you compare the prices? Sorry.
Well, I don't know the prices, but I never worry about price. I just buy it.
Yeah, but I mean, in your observation, of course, you don't care about yourself, but people maybe want to know something like that, want information.
Yeah, I can't give
so-
you the information. I never worry about price.
so
Come on.
there's
If I want shrimp or something,
the
I
comparison.
don't look at the, I might look at the price on the menu and say, okay, well, the shrimp's gonna be twice as much as a hamburger. And I might say, I'll just get a hamburger because I like a hamburger too. But I would never remember how much the price is. I would never
Okay,
remember that.
that sounds.
And I don't think that that's never happened where shrimp is twice. I mean, it's usually, you know, it's just whatever I feel like. If I wanted shrimp that day, I would get shrimp. I think I like hamburgers more. So,
Yeah, I always love
So-
hamburgers, so that's.
but you know, I tried to be healthy. I'm like right now. We had a hamburger and fries today, but it was
Not
Sunday.
really
On Sunday,
good.
it's kind of a we can get whatever we want day. But all the other days, it's we don't get
No sweets.
we don't get the fried food like the French fries. We
Yeah,
get a
no
hamburger,
sweets.
but not the French fries.
Mm.
We won't get the soda, so
Mm.
it's mostly water all the time. So, but I think I miss steaks, but it's not like I can't live without them. I mean, some guys go and get the steaks here, like in the States, they pay $50 for a steak. I'm kind of going.
Let's just wait for the
50
cruise ship. There are lots
Yeah.
of steak there.
I'll just. I mean, that's how I treat myself. I treat myself every year we go on a few cruises, and that's
Cruises,
the
yeah.
time we go and
Yeah, unlimited.
we get what we want.
What we want. Yeah,
We gain 10, 20 pounds, but when we go on it.
yeah, but we have to take it out when we come back. So, by the way, honey, when it comes to health
You
issues,
missed
like, yeah, I already. When it comes to health issues, what can you say about the healthcare here in the Philippines?
Well, it seems like the doctors are just as efficient as. I mean, I moved from a little town called Price, Utah,
Mm-hmm.
and the doctors there were worse than the doctors here. The doctors here are doctors. The doctors that you go to, you make an appointment to see a doctor in where I was living in Utah, you would get a nurse practitioner. And I remember there's a couple of times where I was prescribed some medication that caused problems. I had phenofibrate that caused phlebitis in my legs, and then I think the other there's something else I can't remember, but the medications caused more problems than anything. It was when I had to stop taking the medication, it got better. But here the doctors are doctors, they're real doctors. They're not nurse practitioners. They don't have those. In the States, if I made an appointment for the doctor and I see a nurse practitioner, I would be billed usually close to $200 for the visit, plus anything else that had to be done. Here, you go get a 30-minute consultation with like a cardiologist.
Yeah. It's
and,
like
and the general medicine doctor we went to the last 2 years, and it's 700 pesos, which is maybe $12, maybe. No, it's
not.
yeah,
Yeah,
11,
something
11
like-
and a half bucks for 700 pesos.
That was not 2 years, honey. That was just last
the last
year.
2 years. The last 2 years I
Last.
went 2 times to. Then we go every year, so
Okay.
it's been a year
Like
and a
every
half,
year.
but I've been twice.
Yeah,
So,
twice. Okay.
and then they have all the tests done. It's only a few $100s to do everything. To have a ultrasound
Yeah.
ultrasound
Check
on my
everything.
gut, and then X-ray, full blood panel. What other things would they do? Oh, EKG,
Mm-hmm.
all that kind of. They do all that, and so you get this, and it was. And the only reason it was I think 600 was because I said it seems like I'm getting weak, and I said test my testosterone too, and that was a $200.
Oh yeah, that's
thing.
the
Extra.
most expensive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those are the
But
extras.
it's not that much here in the Philippines.
And the year before, they had me do an MRI too, and it still was. There wasn't over 700
Yeah, so far
for
it was
everything,
good.
including the MRI. So yeah, it's much cheaper here. So it's you can. I think the quality of the doctors, they seem to be checking everything.
Yeah.
Maybe they're going to find something much sooner than they would in the States, because the States you're not going to go there because it's going to cost you so much. I I guess it all depends. And even then, if you have Medicare, then you still have to find a doctor that takes Medicare. So it's just like this. I think the they know that all these foreigners are coming over, so they know that they're providing this health care. They know that there's mostly foreigners that are going to those hospitals because the the local Filipinos usually can't afford it. They're going to the provincial hospitals or the what do they call them? Government hospitals.
Government
Yeah.
hospitals.
So where they take some of the insurance, uh, PhilHealth or something.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you're getting just as good a care. They seem to be. I mean,
Yeah, but remember, if you have this SRRV, you can use the PhilHealth here in the Philippines.
Oh.
Remember, you have percentage, but it's not the same as Filipino that bill here in the Philippines. But if you have SRRV, I think 20% you can use that.
yeah. Even when I went in the hospital in Dumaguete
20%.
for I think it was 3 nights. I was in the hospital to do the thing where they put the probe up your wrist and into your heart, and then to pump the dye in while they're recording your heart pump. And I don't know why they wanted me in there for 3 nights, but anyway,
That's for your deep
they
vein.
yeah, deep vein thrombosis. That wasn't for the boys. That was the other thing I was thinking. Deep vein thrombosis, which I think was caused by changing medications to a different brand. What did something, but anyway, they couldn't find anything wrong with me. They said, well, you better get to the. That's what took me to Cebu here, to buy a condo, because they said you should make sure you're by a hospital, because you might have a heart attack soon. And then they put this. Then when after I purchased the condo while we were still in Dumaguete, they come out and they find out, oh, well, we do all these tests, and then they say, well, yeah, we can't find
Everything's
anything wrong.
fine.
You don't have any blockages or anything. I don't know why you're having problems like this. And I said, it's probably just the medication. Just give me back on the first medication. So, but yeah, it was kind of cool. They put it right in by the valve going into your heart, and they pump dye in, and you watch the film, and you can see it pump right through and everything. Yeah, they said, well, you don't have any problems. So it made me feel good anyway.
Yeah, so far so good. So it depends on you also. If you are like health conscious in the Philippines, you'll not get sick because they said they blame sometimes the food in the Philippines is not healthy, something
Yeah.
like that. It depends on you guys and how you will live.
I think a lot of it is people that smoke, and if they're smoking,
Yeah, you just have
doing
to.
drugs, the wrong kind of drugs. I don't know if drugs do that much to you, but drugs might do your brain damage.
Drugs.
But yeah,
They
like cocaine and stuff like that.
Do you have foreigners that they do that here? Like
Well,
retiring?
not that they do here. I'm saying that they might have done it their whole life in the States, and then they
Okay,
come
so
here.
they have a background.
So
of
it's
that.
like you see the guys that smoke, and they look 10 years older than anybody else. You can tell somebody that smokes.
Maybe if it's smoker
Yeah,
already.
you see a guy like
If it's
there's some guys
occasionally.
I see on YouTube that they look like they're 80 years old and they're 65. And then you see guys that look like they're 65 and they're 75, and you wonder what the heck's going on. And then you find out, well, the guy that's all wrinkly, he smokes. He smoked when he was younger all the time.
Some of them will get angry to you because some of them they smoke.
Well, then they should. I think they know that they smoked, and that might have made them look, get more wrinkly. It seems like it's just easy to tell a smoker. You see a smoker just all wrinkly and they're.
Everybody will hate you here.
It's like,
There are people that smoke like occasionally. Some
do.
Some do like that.
I think there's some people that smoke. It doesn't really age them, but I think to me it's like smoking, and it ages you if you smoke and drinking too. I should say that, not drugs, but more drinking.
There's what you
You
call
drink
drink
alcohol.
moderately.
Yeah, that's what I used to do. I used to drink it, just go out every once in a while. I used to like to have a cold beer when I worked a hot summer day, and come home and have a nice cold beer that came out of the fridge, so it's just ice cold. But I just don't care for it anymore. I just don't. I've never drank hard liquor. I used to go to the clubs when I was in my 20s. You'd have a few mixed drinks, but yeah, to me it's like not worth it. Why pay $10, $12 for a drink? You know, it's got some alcohol in it. I'll pay $10, $12 for a meal. Get much more out of it.
So far, honey, it's like it has been easy for you to get along with Filipinos, but you never get along with Filipinos. I mean, how you deal with your transactions over in the Philippines, it has been easy for you nowadays, or you just go with the flow. Like for example, you will not. Uh, uh, how do I explain my question? Like,
Well,
uh,
I pay. I mean, when I go to like the grocery store, I pay. You know, just like anybody else. You know, it's not like there's any
it
problem.
doesn't piss you off that why I'm here, like
No,
when I go to the
it
grocery, when I go
reminds
to
me.
the restaurant,
In the
something
states, you bring out your credit card, you just tap it, and you walk off, and they hand you a
yeah.
receipt. It's frustrating that you. This is one of my complaints, and I repeat it because it's just obvious, and it happens so often. It's not like I complain. I mean, I'm not complaining about it because I want them to change. I'm just pointing this out. Okay, you go. And just the other day, the same thing happened. We go to the grocery store, and they say, okay, this is how much money you pay, and you give them your bill, you know, in cash, and they go to the cash register and they get the money in their hand, and inevitably another check cashier comes over and asks them something, or that somebody needs to get change or something, and instead of saying, okay, just a minute, and then handing you the money, and then so you can go, they start doing it for this person, and while they got the money in their hand, and you're just waiting there, the money and the receipt are in their hand, all they got to do is hand it to you. They'll help the other person. And I don't know if they do it just because you're a foreigner and they just want to.
No, it's a kind of concept.
It's just what she said. It's just the way they do. They just don't care that you're there waiting, and it happens so often. It's comical. That's the thing. It's comical that you just. It's unbelievable how many times that happens. It's not like it takes a long time. I'm just saying, to me it's just common sense. Get rid of the money in your hand, give to this person, deal with the other person. Instead of waiting for one person to make one person wait while you handle this for this other person. But maybe the store management says, oh, when somebody comes over and talks to you, you have to give them their full words again. If you have to give them their full attention before you do anything else, because not all the time they just want change. Sometimes they just come over and ask a question, but they have to answer it before they give you their change. I've never seen them once give me my money and then go back. If they're being interrupted, they always stop and help them before they give me the rest of my money. It just, I'll bet you it's like at least a third of the time something like that happens. You've seen it.
Yeah, I know.
I look,
always.
when it happens, I look at it and I just go, see?
Yeah. So okay, let's talk about your applying for SRRB. So how do the agency for SRRB, or let's say it's a government agency, how do they treat you? How do they treat you, like when you're applying for your SRRB? Do you have a hard time of
Well, I never deal with the
you
government
will you
agency.
will
We're dealing with private
it
agencies.
is okay, it's a private,
So
I mean,
they're
yeah.
private agencies, and they want
So-
they want to be as nice as can be because they want to earn the money because they
Earn
get
money,
a
yes.
fee for it.
Mhm,
Like my SRRB cost I think $360 a year,
mhm.
and for them they charge, I think, what is it?
So you are not veteran. So what do you call this
No, it
one?
doesn't matter if you're a veteran or not. It's the
Mhm.
it's the cost of it per year is the same whether you're a veteran or not. You have to still pay the same fee per year.
Okay.
It's just that you don't have to have the 10. Like when I had the SRB, I had to give them 10,000 because I'm not a veteran.
Veteran.
But
Yeah.
if you're a veteran, it was $1,000. But now they've upped that up to where if you're not a veteran, it's 15,000. It's not a fee that you pay. It's a deposit you have to give them, and then they hold it until you want to get out of the Philippines. If you want to go leave of the Philippines, you
You
didn't
can
want to
take-
give up your SRV,
You can
you'll
take
get
it back.
your deposit back. But that's kind of like just a deposit to hold.
So how many months it took for you to have your SRRB in your hands, like the card?
Well, once I went down there, I just went down to, first off, I went to JRC, which they were very helpful in Dumaguete, and
Mm.
they had me fill the application out. I think it was like within maybe 1 to 2 months, I think somewhere in there. Maybe probably like six months. They said it was available. I'd come down and get it.
But this price before, how many years this price? Like when did you had this one that was
Well,
just 10,000?
I
3 years? 4 years?
oh, I don't know. Oh, yeah,
Yeah, it was
yeah,
like 4
yeah,
years.
less, more than 3 years ago, because
Yeah,
I
4
came
years.
in August of 22, and I got the SRV in like April of 23.
Yeah, no, it
So,
went up, yeah, 15.
well, it just went up just
Yeah.
here recently.
And also they have new one, like they accept like 40 years old
Yeah, they're all
for
different.
the,
They're
yeah,
different.
their bracket.
They're different brackets.
Yeah, their brackets
They're
already.
different kind of things. You have to meet the requirements, and I don't
Yeah,
keep up on.
they have already this bracket that you can apply for retirement visa
The
for
fees are much
40.
higher. The younger you
Yeah.
are, the fees are higher.
I think the highest was 30,000, something like that. So
No, I think one
it
was
was
50.
JR.
But I know that
They have new
the JR
policy.
was saying that some of these people that are retiring in the military, you only need 20 years in the military to retire. So if you go in at 17, you sign up for 17, you get your parents' permission, you can be retired when you're 37. So some of the people coming with their military retirement, they can come over here. And then even vets that are on disability, it seems like there's an awful lot of vets on disability that they get for health issues, and then they can come over here. They get a good pension on that too.
Yeah, and also they mention about the SRRB that if you buy a condo, okay, we already mentioned this one from our previous live stream, but for those who are new, to our viewers that are new here, so can you tell them your experience that you are hoping that you can use your 10,000 SRRB payment for your condo thing
Yeah, that was down payment on a
on
condo.
condo? Yeah.
Now, first you have to find some place that will accept that, because it's going to take a while to do the paperwork to buy the condo, and you're going to have to find somebody that's going to wait. And to me, it wasn't worth it. So I already had started to purchase my condo when I did the SRV. So no, I already had the SRV when I purchased the condo. I had it backwards. So I already gave them the 10,000, but they said I could get it back, apply for it to get back. And so I thought, well, hey, that was one of the reasons why I wanted to get this condo finalized, so I could go down once I had the contract, or no, the what do you call it?
Title.
The title. I could take that down and get my 10,000 back. And then when I did get it, and I go down there to get it back, they say, well, yeah, okay. Have you thought about this? I said, no, I just want to get my money back. And they said, well, if you do that, you're going to have to pay a fee every month to maintain this.
Yeah.
And then I kind of go, what do you mean to maintain? Something about, you know. So anyway, what it came down to was, okay, well, if I get my money back, then I have to pay an extra money every month
Yeah,
for
it's a kind
maintenance
of
on this thing. And
yeah.
after 5 years, it would be equal to that $10,000. So it was like 5 or 6 years. So I thought, well, hell, why would I do that? Because if I stay here 5 or 6 years, then I just wasted all that money, and I still got to pay that monthly type of fee.
Yeah.
So it was like, well, it'd be stupid for me to do that. Why didn't you tell me that before?
Yeah,
I
just
wouldn't have
gave
been
up.
trying to get this thing done so quick, which it was kind of irritating. But anyway, so anybody that they tell, I don't know,
Yeah,
I never
so-
hear that anymore, where you can get the money back.
Yeah, if that's for the information of new viewers here that they don't know about that situation that
I
they're
guess if you really were hard up for money, you didn't have much money, and you were trying to save every bit of money, you didn't have that much money, and that $10,000 would make a big difference whether you could get the condo or not. I could see doing it, but that's the only way. if you have the money, just pay the
It
condo.
will take time also for them to get that because
Yeah.
they said that you have to go to in this area and you have to go to the attorney and something like that. So
Yeah.
the process will take time also for
Yeah.
that. So yeah, but nowadays I don't know if they have still that.
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest to anybody to
Yeah.
buy anything down here unless you have the cash to buy it. You know, you wouldn't want to do that here.
Yeah, cash is the best of
They
buying.
don't do things the same here as anywhere else. They don't do it by an interest rate. They seem to do it by a payment plan. You know, so they're going to provide you a payment plan and say, well, if you wanted this many months payment, you're going to pay this much, but it never has an interest rate attached to it. But if you backtrack it out, I mean, we were just talking about this today with Alan and Nadia,
Yeah,
that you know they're charged. He was saying they were charging what 25%, 35%,
35.
35% interest
Mm.
to buy a car or a motorcycle, and I think it'd be the same way with even the condo because the condos, when we bought these and they showed the payment plan and how much they had to pay, it was like they were making these payments. They weren't saving any money. The payments were just for the interest to
Mm.
hold the thing. You know,
Mm.
it wasn't good.
Ate Debbie, good evening. Thank you so much. Wait, honey, I need to read this one. The amazing. Thank you so much. Good evening. The
Yeah, you
amazing.
got behind. You need to
And
catch up.
then Ate Debbie, good evening. Ate Debbie, yeah, it's Ate Debbie. Sir Danielle, hello to my new Mexico neighbors. So, tambay lang here. Ate Debbie, thank you so much. Thank you po. So anyways, if you have questions, guys, can ask question. Jeff is here to answer. Tada! So far,
My Sunday obligation.
so far, honey, um, dealing with some payments here in the Philippines compared to your first when you arrive here, like your bills, how do you find your bills? Is it easier for you now that it like for 3 years or almost 4 years here in the Philippines compared to your first land in the Philippines? How do you deal with your bills? Is it easier now or there's any?
Well, when you first came, you know, there was a hotel stay, and you just paid the hotel.
Mhm.
And all you had to worry about was the visa, and so you just have to remember to go to the visa. And I never realized that if I went 2 weeks before it was due, I wouldn't have to pay the extra 1,000 for you know for you know where you want to get it done quick because it's so close to the expiration date. So um, that's all you had to worry about. But when you bought something or you rented something and you had to get a utility bill, when I rented my place, my apartment in Valencia, the landlady just said, "This is how much the power bill was this month." You just figured she was telling you honest, and she would add how much more onto the rent and just tell you how much it was every month. So it's no big deal. The only thing you have to worry about is you have to pay your the phone service is a little different here. You buy the phone, you buy an unlocked phone, and then you just you buy the data every month.
Mm-hmm.
You just do that online. So it took a while to figure out how the Gcash and everything, but it's not that complicated. You can do it now. It's just more of a balancing act between I have two condos in Cebu and a townhome in Leyte. And I got electric bills and water bills in each one, and condo fees here. But it's very very cheap. I mean, out of all that, it's no more than $300 a month for the maintenance for all the condo fees and water bills that we rack up every month. And so to me, it's much less than the rent I had for just one place before, and I have three places. Makes it very nice. So it's just a learning curve, you know, just how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So most of it I pay through Gcash. Some of them have their own app. You can just, but then they use Gcash too. You know, and they got their own app, and you just pay
Yeah.
through Gcash.
So almost all of the transactions nowadays
Yeah.
are on Gcash. You can use your Gcash.
Yeah. So yeah, when you first come here, I don't think you can get Gcash until you have an
yeah, yeah.
ACR card.
Hmm.
Or is that what it is, ACR? Yeah. And so don't worry about it until you're here for, I think you have to be here for 2 months or something before you get an ACR card. I can't remember that. But they just automatically give it to you, I think, the second time you go in, when you go in to get your tourist visa extended. So they'll give that to you. Then you can apply for it.
I've enjoyed this morning, but it's time for me to head off to church. I will say special prayers for all the expats waiting in line for their change. Oh, wow, thank you, Sir Daniel. Thank you, thank you. Pray for everybody. Yeah, thank you so much. And also, on when it come to buying stuff, honey, can you share to our viewers how you manage to your experience, how you manage to the availability of the products, how you deal with it? So yeah, share with them how you deal with it. Like for
Yeah, if
example,
yeah,
you're repairing so many stuff in your
well, like if you're gonna buy a big ticket item, the best way is to buy it through a wire transfer through a bank. But you gotta make sure you're not sending it to a person, make sure you're sending it to a company, like these condos are through a corporation, Robinson's Land Corporation, and then there was, what is it, Land Traders for the other one. So you're sending it to some company, and so they're gonna give you the information of where to send it to. You can have it wired, but wiring money, probably the cheapest way to move money. But, you have to remember that if they wire it to someplace and it goes to the wrong place, sometimes they can't get it back. So a lot of times you want to send like a small amount first, make sure that goes through okay, and then
Yeah.
send it again to that same, information.
If it's already sure that they receive already your first, yeah, that's what he did, guys. Like for example, if he wants to buy like condo, he will send first, like let's say $100 to send in that particular bank that they are referring to pay for that particular condo. He will try to send first to test if it works, and then if it works and it's already accredited in their account, that's the time he will send the big amount. So yeah, for the final amount.
The Philippines has a habit of not checking on. I mean, even the money I sent here, I think I sent more than like 100. It was probably a
Thousand.
2 or 3 thousand, maybe
Yeah.
5,000. Well, you can keep asking them, did the money come? And they keep saying, no, we're still waiting.
Yeah,
But
it's
they tell you that
slow process.
Let me tell you something. They tell you that, no, we have not heard yet. They didn't even check.
Yeah.
The thing is that the money's there. They just call up Manila. Has he got the money yet? And the person in Manila probably says, no, we haven't got it yet, because they're too busy or something. It's like when you ask direction and the guy just points his lips to someplace. Whether he knows it or not, he just says, go that way. They don't know it. So anyway, it takes them forever, and then 2 weeks later, you find out, oh yeah, they received it, a week and a half ago. So anyway, wiring the money. If you're going to buy a car, I bought my truck that was like 23,000, I think. I think I wired that. I wired it for the condos, wired it for the townhome. But the other car we bought a used car just recently, and I just got the money out of the ATM.
Yeah, he realized. Tell them that.
Yeah, this is another thing.
Yeah,
When all the
want to
people
know.
on YouTube says the most you can get out of an ATM is
yeah.
$30,000, 30,000 pesos.
But your
a
experience, how
day.
much?
Well, then I said, well, I got to find out. I messaged Schwab where I have my debit card. How much can I get out of the ATM a day? Oh, our limit is $1,000
Yeah.
a day. So $1,000, that's 60,000 pesos.
Pesos.
So we
Yeah.
bought a car for like 4,700. So how many times?
470,000.
Yeah, 470,000. So
Mm.
that's how much.
How much dollars? I don't know. I don't do them. Do the
It's
math.
like eight times 6 is 4,800, 480. So anyway, that's 8 times I had to go to the ATM. So 8 days. So I just did it every day for
Yeah, he did
8 days,
cash.
and then paid cash for it. And
Mm.
then it didn't cost me anything. Wiring the money only costs $15 for that I do through Schwab, but sometimes there's a small fee at the bank that receives it. So sometimes it might be a little bit more, might be maybe $100 at the most, I would think. I don't think anything came out more than that. And then if you want something in between, if you don't want to get the ATM, the problem is getting the money from your account into Gcash, if you want to use Gcash to pay bills and stuff. Well, there's two ways you can do that. You can do it with Wise or you can do it with Remitly. If it's under 1,000, this is the way I look at it.
Yeah,
I've looked at it might have changed and it might be a little different, but if it's under $1,000, use Remitly. That's usually cheaper. If it's over $1,000, use Wise. Now, sometimes it's harder to get Wise than Remitly. It took me a while before I could get Wise to work, so I was using Remitly all the time. But when I finally got Wise to okay me, then I start using Wise if it's over 1,000. So because they're always going to charge you something, and usually Remitly is somewhere between 2 and 3%. They'll charge you to move that money over. And then Wise, if it's over 1,000, if it's under 1,000, they'll charge you probably more than Remitly. But if it's over 1,000, it seemed like it was less. It was like somewhere between 1 and 1.5%. So they might have changed it. It's just I don't use it that often, so I haven't really looked at it for like probably at least 1 or 2 years. So, but that's why I remember it. But I have, like I tell everybody, make sure you have 2 or 3 ways to get money, because the last thing you want to be is over here stuck, And just think about it like this: what if you lose your phone? Because that's what happened to me. I lost my phone, and then what do? How are you going to get your money? You got to have some way.
Yeah.
Or if you think of it the other way, what if you lose your wallet and all you have is your phone? You still got to get money somehow. You're not going to be able to go to the ATM. But if you have a phone, you can call up and if you have a good place, my Chase card. Now my Chase card. What happened with that? Yeah, that one wasn't didn't get lost or stolen. It just expired, and so they sent me a new card. Well, they sent it to my daughter's address because that's the address I put on when I applied for the card, because I wasn't in the States anymore. So anyway, the card's been sitting with my daughter for over a year. She sent me a picture of it, and I just put that in all my apps to charge things. Like I was charging all my Grab, all my Food Panda charges, through that credit card, even though I didn't have the credit card. But when my daughter came this last summer, she brought the card with her, so I got the card now. But those are the kind of things you have to think about. Always have 2 credit cards, 2 types of credit cards, either a debit card and a credit card, or 2 credits or 2 debit cards. Debit cards are always scared me because I was told that you always had to, if there was a charge on it that wasn't supposed to be there, you had to prove it wasn't accurate. Where a credit card, the person who charged you, the merchant had to prove that it was a legit card. So it was always scary to have a debit card. But Schwab seems to have it where they guarantee it. If it's a bad charge, they won't charge you. In fact, a lot of times I've sent things in and said, hey, well, that's the problem. If you have that, yeah, now I remember all these things. That's what happened in Mexico. Somebody charged my American Express card there, and the American Express card, they said, okay, well, we'll send you another one. That didn't come like a day like the Schwab card that got on the ATM, but it did come up about 2 days later. American Express was great too, but the American Express got too expensive. It started charging me $600 a year for it, so I thought, I'm not traveling enough to get that many benefits from it. So, but yeah, you gotta have some way to get some money.
Yeah. Okay. About the US number, honey, because you've been here for in the Philippines for almost 4 years again. What about the US number? Do you have to have the US number until now for your all your transactions? You need that one still here in the
Well,
Philippines
well, I did have my U.S. number for a while. I had
for
Google
them to
Fi
know.
phone, but after I was here for like 6 months, then they turned off the data.
Mm-hmm.
It's the phone still worked, but I didn't want to pay $60 a month just to have being able to have somebody because you don't want to be carrying a phone around that you're only going to get the SMS text to verify who you are
Mm-hmm.
maybe once every few months. So I just you know bought a Vivo phone and then took the SIM card and put it in there. And then I still couldn't use my phone when I lost the Vivo phone.
Mm-hmm.
So but with the American SIM card in it, but then you can get I guess they're called internet voice over protocol. I can't remember VOP, whatever they have phone numbers you can get. There's one Magic app was one I had for years, and it's just an app you download and it costs I think maybe $30-40 a year, and you get the American number and you can use it as much as you want. If if they call you, I think it's free. If you call them, you might have to pay something. Maybe Magic App doesn't have to. I don't think you have to pay anything. But there's another one. Some of them don't work with banks. Banks will know that you're still out of the country. But there's one that I found that works with all my banks. It's called Sly Number, SLY number, just all one word, and that's where I have all my SMS verification codes sent is to that number, and even with Magic App, those SMS codes might take like 5 minutes to come, and then by that time, your app's already said it's taken too long.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to get something different. So I found this Sly number, which is I think it's like uh, so much per year. They're probably $40-50 a year, but then you have to pay if you're calling people. But texts are always free, or if they call you, it's free. But Sly number works really good. If I go in and I say, like even with my new card, which I say, okay, I want to charge something, and it's always and I don't really like it about this Capital One. It says they want to send an SMS to make sure it's me
Mm-hmm.
because they're getting a charge from the Philippines, so they're going, wait a minute, I want to make sure this is right, so they're going to send an SMS code, and then I have to punch that code, and then they ask me which phone number do you want it sent to, and I have both my U.S. numbers, which are both app numbers.
Okay.
I say send it to the Sly number, and as soon as I hit send, it's like within 2 or 3 seconds, it's on my phone, and I
Okay.
can punch it in. So anyway, that works out good for me. Maybe somebody else says something better, but that's just my experience.
Yeah, that's his experience. That's why I'm asking him about these questions for those out there that they want to know about this information.
And that's pretty much the only thing I use those for is just the SMS because people I know, people I want to talk to back in the States that I know,
Mm-hmm.
we'll use Messenger or we'll use WhatsApp. And my
Mm-hmm.
daughter, it's always that. And WhatsApp uses your phone number, and it doesn't matter whether you're in the States or in the Philippines. It'll use a
Philippines.
Philippine number.
Mm.
But so they have to know. They have to have my Philippine number in their phone for them to use WhatsApp.
Mm.
But Messenger, it doesn't do it that way. Messenger, you just have to have a Gcash or an email that's
Yeah.
signed up with Messenger, and it
Yeah.
works. So
Should a person get a credit card from Schwab and have a card tied to checking account at Schwab?
well, the way Schwab works is it's a brokerage. You can have money in a checking account there, and then you have a debit card that works off that checking account. You don't have to have money in a brokerage account unless you want it. You can keep it just in the checking account. But the checking account, I never write hand checks anymore. I don't know if anybody does, but you can pay all your bills through the Schwab account. My credit cards, I don't go to the credit card uh, site and then say pay my bill. I go to the Schwab site and I put my credit card number in the Schwab site and I say you pay this bill for me on this date, and they pay. I never have to go to the credit card site. The only time I would see the credit card site is if I want to know how much I owe, you know. So, but usually that'll come. I'll get a notice that says, okay, your payment's due in a week, and it's this much, and so I can just go to the Schwab account and say pay it and schedule the payment.
Should a person stay in hotel for 2 weeks, then move into apartment or Airbnb? Is it better to rent apartment or Airbnb if staying for 6 months?
Well,
He's planning to stay for 6 months, Sir LW. So what's the best?
you
You
know,
can
I
you can
don't know
say.
what the best is, but if it was me, you know, what I did was I came here and I stayed, you know, a week in Cebu, then I went to a week in Leyte, and then I came back to Cebu
Yeah,
for
that's the
a week.
best.
And then I went to Dumaguete and I stayed there for a while.
Mm.
I would say uh, I wouldn't buy anything for at least the first year, maybe at least 6 months. But the Airbnb would probably work good if you can find a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Airbnbs are usually rented for less time than a full month. But if you go to an Airbnb person and you can get a hold of them and you can say, hey, I see you're open. Would you be willing to give me a discount for
Yeah,
staying for
longer stay.
a month and maybe even more than 1 month,
Mm.
and leave it open? Say, hey, I'll rent it for a whole month, and if I like it, I might stay another month. You
Longer,
know,
yeah.
but yeah, I would never. The Philippines is so different. Every place is so different. The province is so different than the big cities that you'd want to stay in. You know, unless you're really sure where you want to be,
Mm.
I'd stay in a place for like at least 2 weeks to a month before you moved off to another one, because I moved too fast. I didn't really see. I went to Tacloban and thought I didn't like this place because it was so crowded. It was so big. It was so crowded. I didn't like the town. And then now I go back and we're driving through Tacloban all the time. That's where one of my places is. So now it's
But
not so bad.
but now you realize that Tacloban's still not crowded compared here.
Well,
Yeah.
no, it's still crowded, but it's just as crowded as any other place. No matter
Oh
where
yeah.
you go in the Philippines,
It's
every
still the
town is going
same.
to be crowded. It doesn't, you know, small towns are less crowded, but the bigger the town gets, the more crowded it gets.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
it's
true.
just you're going to have the traffic. If you got
You just have to
any
deal.
town of any size is going to have the traffic problems.
You just have to solve or deal with it.
Now there's places where there's bubbles in every these places. Like Iloilo has its place, BGC has its place,
Yeah.
Ayala has its place.
Yeah.
You know, have these little areas like where we live here in Cebu. We're kind of in a bubble here too.
What is slide number? It says SLY, SLY, Sir LW. Explain it to Sir LW, honey. What's the SLY number?
Slide number.
Yeah.
It's just an app, a phone app where you can get a number. Now, what you can do, I'll give you numbers that you can say what's the prefix you want, and it'll give you all the numbers that are available there. At least when I got it. So I have the state code. Well, it's not the state code. Utah's 801 or 435, and so I said where I was living before my number started with 435. I says give me all the numbers available with the 435 area code, and it just brings up a whole bunch. You take your pick, or you can put your own number in that you want, and if it's available, it'll give it to you. So, but it's SLY number, SLY, and then number. It's not slide, SLY, sly. Like we're gonna be sly and have a U.S. number that nobody knows isn't in the U.S. Sly.
What about the availing or the how about the SIM card here in the Philippines? What's the use for you as a retiree here? What's the benefit of having it? Uh, does it have any benefits for you using the SIM card here in the
Well,
Philippines,
yeah,
or
the
just
SIM.
a regular call? Except for a regular call because
Well,
it's just
if you want GCash, you can't use an American number on GCash.
okay.
You
Yeah,
gotta
that's one.
you gotta
Okay.
have you gotta have the Philippine SIM,
Mm-hmm.
and I think you have to have the ACR card before you can do that. I'm not sure, but you have to prove that you're here, and you have to prove that you're legit. And so anyway, I think that's about the only thing you have to have. To be able to communicate with a cell
Communicate.
phone in
Regular
the
phone,
Philippines, you
yeah.
really need to have a Philippine SIM card. Now, one thing about when you have a Philippine SIM card, I have Smart and Dito. Uh, when I travel out of the country, the smart app will come up and it'll say, "Hey, we see that you're out of the country. Do you want to sign up to have data on your phone in these places?" Well, sometimes it's a little bit more money than like some of these others places like Holofly and stuff, but not every phone uses an eSIM, and Holofly is an eSIM. So if you have an updated Apple phone, they all use eSIMs now. But Androids, they're usually the only ones that use eSIMs are the expensive ones. And my phone doesn't use an eSIM, so it doesn't help me out any. So I actually went and bought a phone, so I would have an eSIM. But the phone was, I mean, the Vivo phone was so much better than the Samsung phone. I don't even want to use the Samsung. I don't, it was like, I bought it for, it's junk phone. I don't even use it now.
Mm-hmm.
But if I go on another cruise, I'll take it with me, because if I want to get an eSIM, I'll have to get it on that phone. But that's all I use it for now, is if I go out of the country. But I would rather just use the smart app to get data, unless it's just too expensive, and I haven't really compared that. If I wanted to get a lot of data, you wouldn't want to. You put it this way: you wouldn't want to watch videos while you're out of the country on those. I do it because of my stock trading. I'm an option trader, so I want to be able to trade stocks, and that doesn't use much data up. It's the videos and pictures that wouldn't want to be using on it. But anyway, if you have a Philippine eSIM, and you have some like smart, when you travel out of the country, it'll ask if you want to set it up or use data, but you have to have what they call load in your app, because what they're going to do is they're going to charge that data to your load. And if you don't have it, then you're going to have to go to the other app, your standards, and transfer money from wherever your money comes from onto that, so you have load to buy the data. Yeah, it's a big mix-up. That's what I mean. It takes a while to kind of understand how everything works.
Yeah.
I couldn't understand. It took me a while to figure out this load thing. You have to load it up before you can buy it.
Yeah. You have to go to the app of that particular network to load for your regular data. It seems best situation to keep US phone and get new phone with Philippine number.
Well, the problem with
It's a
that is you're
question.
paying the cell phone now in the Philippines is like under $10 a month. I don't think anybody pays more than $10 a month for their data, unless you're watching videos all the time on your phone. And even then, most of the data I buy is unlimited for the month.
Unlimited, yeah, and
So you guess it could.
there's no expiry
Yeah.
also, yeah?
Yeah, no expiry. Well, the data does. Yeah, you buy the data, so much data, and it's no expiring.
No expiry.
Or you buy the unlimited for the month, but then you have to pay it every month. So there's two ways of doing it. So, but the problem is, why would you pay $60-$70? Is that's what most U.S. phones cost? When you don't need it. So that's the thing. I was paying, I think, $65 a month for the Google Pi phone, and it's just like I'm kind of going, well, I'm not talking to anybody in the States anymore. The only people I talk to is through WhatsApp anyway. So the only thing I had the phone for was the SMS thing, and so I can do that for $50 a year on Sly number. So it just didn't make any sense to keep the phone. It was really nice for the 6 months that they left the data on, but as soon as they turned that data off, it's kind of useless for me now.
Yeah, Sir LW, which phone is better than Samsung? Okay, Sir LW, based on our experience, me and Jeff, Vivo is much better than Samsung. Explain, honey, what's your experience?
No, I was always Samsung. I was Samsung all the time. And then I came here, and when I went to buy a phone, the Samsung was way more money than the Vivo. So the Vivo did everything that the Samsung did, but it didn't weigh. It only weighed half as much. So I thought it was probably a really cheap phone. It wouldn't last. But anyway, the bad thing, the one thing I didn't like, the Samsung phone I bought was an A36, I think, A35 or A36. And it didn't come with a fast charger. It didn't, a fast charger was going to cost more money. So I used my fast charger for my Vivo, and then the fast charger is just more wattage, So I plugged it in. It still took hours and hours to charge up. Where my Vivo phone, if I plug it in 30 minutes, it's fully charged. So I'm kind of going, why am I, I would always, my battery would be always dead on the Samsung. It didn't last long. And so it was like, it, I, I was so used to plugging my Vivo in, charging it up, unplugging it, and then it would last for a day. 24 hours usually. But it just didn't, the Samsung didn't do that. And then it was just frustrating. It was so much. I'm used to the Vivo. I like the Vivo. Samsung, it was doing just the opposite. Like to do a screen grab, it just had to do the opposite of what my Vivo did. So I kept getting mixed up on things. I go, I'm just not going to use the Samsung anymore. But the bad thing was that it didn't hold a charge for near as long. It took twice as long to charge up, maybe 3 times as long to charge up.
Yeah.
And then they wanted $20 for the fast charger. I'm going, why would I pay $20 for it? when it's just the wattage that goes on the charge?
Mm.
And so, found that out on Chat GPT to ask, well, is a Samsung fast charger any different than a Vivo fast charger? And it'll tell you, well, it's the phone. It would only let it go so much wattage. Only will let it have so much. It'll stop it. But if you don't have it with the high enough wattage, it's not going to charge fast. But if the wattage is more, it's just not going to allow it. But it still will charge just as fast as with the Samsung. And when I found that, I thought, why would I'm not going to go pay for that fast charger. I was just disappointed. I was always Samsung before that. Before I got the Google Fi phone, it was always Samsung. Then I quit. Then I bought the Google Fi phone because it was half as much as a Samsung. I used to like the one that had the little what's it called? The little pointer. The little, what do they call that? The little
Pencil thing.
It's like a pencil. I can't remember what they called it. But anyway, I used to like that where I could write stuff up. If I wanted to draw something on, I could put it on the phone and show what I was thinking about. So anyway, my gripe about Samsung, I just was really disappointed. So Vivo I like. I like the one I seen on the YouTube the other day. You seen the one that has the Osmo 3 pocket camera that has the little eye that comes like this, and it'll follow you around. They got a phone that has one that comes off the back end and it flips up.
The camera.
And it's got the little teeny Osmo 3, the video, and it'll track you and everything. The only problem is it's not allowed. It's not sold anywhere but in China now. Maybe soon.
All right. Sir Simon, thank you so much. Good evening, Sir Simon Kennedy from England. Where is it? Wait lang. I didn't. Sir Simon from England. Thank you so much. Say hi to Sir Simon, honey.
Hello, Sir Simon.
Sir Simon and Sir in the house, Sir LW. Ate Debbie, thank you so much. Which phone?
I think
Alright.
if you're going to keep your American phone, I would only do it if you were going to go back to America.
Bestie! Tada!
Who?
Sir Dennis.
Dennis.
Bestie, how are you? Maayong gabi. Thank you so much. Bestie, thank you. Helps and every subscriber is appreciated. Join the family. Thank you so much. Bestie, thank you po. Thank you. So, I'm sorry, honey, for the interruption.
No, I just said when they're saying, one person was saying, LW, it seems the best to keep your U.S. phone and get a new phone number with the Philippines number. Yeah, well, you think that'd be good, but then when you're carrying 2 phones around with you, it's such a pain in the butt. That's what I said when I had the eSIM phone and then I had my other phone. And it's just a big hassle. It's so nice just to have one phone. You can get dual SIM phones. The problem is if it's going to work. It's not exactly it'll only work on one or the other. You can flip it back and forth, I think, but I don't think I think there was something about it that you couldn't use that American SIM here. It wouldn't work.
Did I tell already how I missed my flight in Hong Kong? He missed his flight in Hong Kong. How did you miss it, bestie? Can you tell it here? You missed this flight in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the Vivo phone we have. I bought Mylene one. Me and Mylene, I bought us both one. We upgraded from the other Vivo I had, and these are Vivo V40 Lite, and they do everything any other phone does. They got the Vivo V70. That's supposed to be nice. And I think it does the eSIM, but it kind of they want like what is it, 40,000 pesos for it?
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's a
That's
lot
too
of money.
much.
It's over $500. I know that. I don't want to pay that kind of money.
Look, bestie has this experience. See?
Needed to
Uh,
poop.
yeah. Wait. Uh, um, I will look up on the phone. Yes, I have always owned Samsung. Oh, they have saying stylus. Sir LW.
Stylish, yeah, that's what
Stylus.
it
Yeah.
is.
3 minutes. Gateway closed.
Mhm.
He needs to go to the bath. Needed
Needed
to
to poop.
poop. That's why he missed this
Yeah,
flight.
yeah, you got to do that. So you got to do that a little earlier. That takes a little while.
My Samsung has the stylus and I like it for the same reason. Drawing, but have not used it yet.
Yeah, there's a couple apps on that too that you can handwrite your like a note and it'll automatically convert it to text for you too sometimes. So it works good over that too. Sometimes it's
Bestie.
your fingers are too big to push the little keyboard. You can just write it out.
Kind of funny. I can't move on. Bestie, what happened to you? As in, you buy again another ticket?
Usually the airlines sometimes will be nice and just try to put you on standby for the next flight. You can get, if there's an open seat, they'll give it to you without having to charge you again.
Well, it
They,
depends on
they, they,
the.
they understand. They understand sometimes things happen.
Only 3 minutes.
Yeah.
He was late.
Well, I told you once me and Shelby went up and we got right up there just as they were closing the door. We walked right up. They got the door halfway closed and we walked through it right then, or we would have missed our flight, for another Disneyland trip. And I never did miss a flight, but that's as close as you can get. But yeah, they once they close that door, they don't open it up again. It's like a law. They can't. They, they,
Yeah,
they will
yeah.
they will not do it. And that's why they have all these meltdowns in airports. People get there and well, the plane hasn't left. You need to open the door for
Yeah,
me.
I already experienced that because they said that the system is closed, but the airplane was just
Yeah,
there.
yeah,
So they cannot open the
yes,
door,
yeah,
especially. They said the system closed already, so we
yes,
cannot open it for you.
yeah. It's like a
So
law.
many times I already experienced that one, especially when my flight was like
Same
from
airline.
Tacloban to Manila and then Manila to Saudi Arabia. So you have to. Yes, airline was nice and put me on a flight to Europe. Glad it was to Brussels
Yeah, now if he
in
goes in there,
Belgium.
he goes in there and he starts having a temper tantrum, they probably won't give him another flight. But when you're nice about it, say, hey, I'm sorry, I missed my flight, and you tell him what happened. You have to tell him, I needed to go to the bathroom, and I didn't know the flight was.
Experienced that in Qatar that last call for Mylene, like
Oh
that.
yeah. Oh,
Three
there's
times
been
they call me. Oh, that was me.
there's been a couple times me and Shelby the same way. Like we're waiting and we're thinking that it's another flight loading up. We're thinking it's not our gate, and we didn't look, and there was a gate change, and it was our gate, and then they're saying, like you said, Mr. Spano.
Yeah, I experienced that in Qatar. And then what I did was because I'm way far from my gate, boarding gate. So what I did was I went to a guard. Please, I need that flight. I'm still here. Please let them know that I'm still here. So they called
Oh
them
my.
that to hold
Yeah,
for
they'll
me.
they'll do that. Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I did because really it was my flight in Qatar. Oh my gosh, the ticket was like about 20 plus something. So just that's what I did. Instead of running to that boarding gate, you have to call someone guard or anyone that they can call to
Yeah, it's
the.
smart. It's
Yeah.
smart to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I did that. Oh my gosh. but was a combination, not just my poop. Security thought to see a knife in cabin luggage and took time to find nothing. Also, gateway change that was at the end of airport,
Yeah,
so longer walk
yeah.
to.
Yeah, that's why you want to have that extra time. That's why every time I get in a flight and it's got a layover, 2 hours, I don't like to do anything under 2 hours. Because if it's under 2 hours, usually they're loading the plane a half hour before the plane's scheduled to go. And sometimes it takes a half hour to get off a plane. They got so many people. It takes a while to get everybody emptied. And so, yeah, there's a lot of times it's kind of scary.
I experienced that, bestie, that they are trying to find a knife in my bag. They said that there's a knife in my bag. Remember when we had in, I think that was in Singapore, when we go to a cruise ship,
Mm,
go out from the cruise ship, like getting out, they checked my bag, and it was the camera.
yeah.
They were trying to uh, see or check all inside my bag, and they were thinking my DJI camera, that it's like the shape of it
Yeah.
look like knife in my bag. I said, maybe I have knife from the cruise ship that I took in my bag.
Yeah, that's another thing here. He's saying that his layover was 1 hour, but both flights were from the same airline. That's true. A lot of times nowadays, with the apps like my Skip Lag, they'll find a flight for you that might be two flights of different airlines. So you book them both. You're going to book them both separate, but then you've got to make sure that you get to the other airline. And sometimes, you get the same problem. It might be a different airline that might be on a different terminal or a different, uh,
They changed the gate.
clear down to the other end or
Yeah.
something, and you might not have the time. So that's why
Mm.
you like to have that extra time. But nowadays, there's so many times that you have to get two different airlines to get
Mm.
somewhere. I'd much rather do with one airline, like he says. I like to do it. I look for, like, if I go back to the States, I look for one that, if there's a layover, I want the same airline. If unless there's a lot of difference in price, I would always want to, even if it's a little extra, I'd do the same airline for both flights.
So I learned in that flight that I was like, they were calling me like something like that, and I was so far, and I said, what will I do? What will I do? Then, yeah, I go to the guard, and that's what I did because I'm very far, and I don't know yet which boarding gate is like some kind of.
Look, who's there?
Sir Alan, hello! Welcome to our live stream. Thank you so much. It's already late, 11 already. What's up to you? What's up, guys? How are you guys?
We're
Thank
up. We're
you.
still up.
We're still up. Yeah. So, yeah, that was my bad experience, really. So, calling my name in a big airport in Qatar. My gosh. That was
Nobody
me. That
knows you.
was me. And then we were just walking around, something like, oh my gosh. But also sometimes it happens that your flight was earlier than the schedule. So it happens to me one time. We enjoyed our meeting today.
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah, nice meeting you guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's kind of
It
funny
was
that
really
kind of happened.
fun. Really fun. Yeah. Bestie, we found Sir Alan and Mom Nadia. We were in Ayala. We were walking, me and Jeff, and then someone was calling, Mylene, Mylene. I said,
Yeah,
oh, that's
we
Sir
wouldn't even
Alan.
we wouldn't even have been there because I told Mylene, I says we're gonna go someplace today. So I'm
Yeah.
thinking she needs to go someplace. We've been working all the time. I said we need to go do something. And I heard they had this Moto Expo at the
Expo.
convention center. So I said let's go, and she asked me where are we gonna go. I said a secret. You can't. So I
Didn't
said
tell
it's a
me.
YouTube training.
I didn't tell me.
It's a YouTube training, so you'll learn how to do it.
Yeah, but my camera wasn't charged.
Yeah, she didn't charge her. I said you gotta remember to charge your camera. But
Yeah.
anyway, we got up there and looked at it. It wasn't really that exciting. We wanted it to have. Well, I wanted to see the Japanese Suzuki, Yamaha, and Honda
But they don't
motorcycles.
have it.
They don't have any of those. They was all
Mm.
different. So anyway, went up there, spent a half hour there, and then we just we're close to Ayala. It's only like a 5-10 minute walk to get over
Yeah.
there. Let's go over there.
We walked.
Kind of walk in there, and then all of a sudden somebody's saying, "Mali."
It was Sir Alan. He just arrived the other day, 11, August 11. So he was our subscriber in the live stream also. So it's really fun to see in person one of your subscriber, and this kind of stuff. It has a nice
Yeah.
feeling. Get used to it when you become famous. How I wish. Mylene, picture, picture. I don't think so. I will be bestie. But it's really fun talking to you guys. Thank you so much for your time, Sir Alan and Ma'am Nadia. They're really beautiful couple. They're so nice in
Yeah,
person.
we were thinking about, they were saying that he wanted to have a condo where he could go out on the balcony and look out over the ocean. We
Mm,
were thinking in Cebu, he wants a place in Cebu. And there was two things, being close to the airport and, I mean, being close to the hospital and being close to the beach.
to the
But
beach.
there's really no beach. There's no beach where you'd have a beach. Mandani,
Mandani,
Mandani, you
that's the
can see
only
the
thing.
water, but there's no beach.
Mm,
But in the other one would be Mactan, Newtown,
in
would be close
Newtown.
to the beach,
You can see
but you're
the
far away from the
far
hospital.
away, yeah.
That's the only thing. Those two places were the places we thought
They
probably.
want the view.
Yeah,
The view would be like ocean view.
yeah.
So, Mylene. So you guys, after our meeting, you went back to.
Yeah, we went try to get a hamburger at Burger King. They're closed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Why the Burger King was closed in
I
Ayala? I
guess
feel like.
Sunday they're closed. So we went to
Oh,
this place called Zach's Burger.
Zach's
I don't
Burger
think we'll
was.
be going back there, will we? No. We weren't too excited about Zach's
Yeah,
Burger.
it's not
It
that
was have a little bit of meat on your bun.
big.
Instead of having a lot of meat on your bun, have a
Still,
little bit of meat.
still McDonald's is
Yeah.
preference.
Didn't beat McDonald's or Burger King, either one. So
So, my gosh. So, in general, honey, about your total experience as a retiree in the Philippines, so what can you say about those people that are just planning to come to the Philippines? What are your words to them?
in general,
In general experience of what you experience in your
my
3 or 4 years stay in the Philippines.
my general thoughts about retiring in the Philippines is
Mm-hmm.
you, you never can come soon enough, because by the time you come here and you find out what it's like, and you find out that it's something that you like, you'll wish you would have came here many years sooner, because you could have probably. You always think you need more money is the problem. I was going to wait until I was 70 to retire, because then I would have more money. Here I am 70 now, and I'm thinking of what I would have wasted, all the times places I've went between 64 and 70, because I retired at 64, even though I was traveling a lot. But all the things I experienced, I think that would all be not really be there. So it's like, it having a couple $100 more isn't going to really make that much difference, really. Especially with all the people that are making money sideline doing YouTube. If you're a YouTuber,
Mm.
you have extra money. But the thing you really got to have, if you have make sure you have some savings when you come here. You don't want to come here and just barely be able to make it, and then have something happen to you.
So it's you're saying that if you just rely on your social security, you mean it's not that enough or not recommended to.
Well, I would be worried. I mean, you'd have to be very careful. I would, how many people have got on a motorcycle and got in a wreck, and then they've got a hospital
Problem.
bill of a couple
Mm-hmm.
100,000 pesos, and they don't have it, you know. So I'm thinking that, to me, I looked at it like the very minimum. I wanted 100 grand U.S. dollars in a savings in case something happened, and really I think you need more, but I think at the very minimum. But you know, you just have, even if you have 20,000, at least you have that something that's just over 1 million pesos. Because most things here don't cost that much to get done. I remember even in Panama, they were saying, I remember doing a tour there where a lady came that was retired in Panama, said that had her hip replaced, and what she paid the hospital in Panama for the complete procedure was just over $4,000. And I think if you had it done in the States, you're talking about, you know, probably tens of thousands of dollars to have that done. So, you don't need near as much here, but still, you have to have something because,
You never know what will happen.
even when I was with me in Dumaguete, having the uh, deep vein thrombosis, DVT, I think, yeah,
Deep
DVT.
pain, tambra, yeah.
So that hospital stay was it was like $2,200. So that was you know if you don't if you're just having if you're getting by on a couple $1,000s a month and you don't have any savings, something like that happens to you, and then where are you going to get the money? They don't work on, you have to show them that you have the money. They're not going to do anything to you until you pay. So that's one thing bad about it. It's not like the same in the U.S. If you're sick in the U.S., they'll treat you and then they'll wonder where you're going to get the money from. Here, they don't treat you until you give them the money.
So I just wished I had worked harder while I was younger so I could have retired much
Yeah,
earlier.
that's the thing. Everybody thinks that. I I I had the money. I could have retired earlier, but I was just stupid.
No back up would give me anxiety. Life never goes as
Exactly.
expected.
Yeah.
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 So, what can you say about those people or those, okay, let's say some other content creator that, okay, if you have 2,000 social security, you can come to the Philippines and live like a king, something like that.
No,
So,
you can't live
what
like.
can you say
There,
about that?
I,
Those belief.
Nobody lives like a king in the Philippines unless you have this filthy money that you can hire somebody to do everything for you, because you'd have to have a lot of money. It's not like that. You can live comfortably. You never starve in the Philippines on $1,000 a month. You're not going to starve on it, but your living condition isn't going to be the best.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's just that the more money you have, the higher the quality you can have. The nicer life you have. But if you have, I mean, you know, I get a little over 3,000 a month on my Social Security and pension, and I don't think we've ever spent that. Other than like we buy the cruises, or I buy the condos or stuff like that. But for the living expenses, even when I had rent, when I was renting, I don't think I spent. I don't think I ever spent that much. If you just take your food, your rent, your utilities, that's what you need, and maybe even just buying a motorcycle. If you spread that over maybe 3 or 4 months,
Mm-hmm.
still you're not going to do $3,000 a
Mm-hmm.
month. And most people, I think, right around that 1,500 to 2,000 is what their costs are, and I think probably we're the same.
Have at least 6 months worth of expenses aside.
Yeah,
If something happens, you need immediate resolution, possible a flight back, and landing spot to get back on track.
that's if you want to go back. See, about me, I'm not going back. The costs are prohibitive, and I've already gave up my Medicare Part B, so I don't have that taken out anymore. So to me, it's just like, if something happens to me, I'll get the best care I can from the hospitals that are here. For me to go back, I would be. I mean, when you think about it, if you're going to get so sick, you're going to be in a hospital for a while. Are you going to survive a flight that's 12 hours to get back
Oh
to the
yeah.
States
How
or
about if
longer?
it's emergency?
And if it's emergency, then and if you're going to have to be lying down, how are you going to do that on a flight if you're laid up? You can't. You got to be able to walk to the air and then get in that plane and go. Maybe if you had cancer or something, you need to have cancer treatment, but they have the treatments here, the same treatments.
Yeah,
The
you
same.
just have to.
Most of the doctors are trained in the U.S. anyway.
Yeah, most doctors in the U.S. are Filipinos. Yeah.
Yeah. You
See
got
that?
all the Filipino
Oh
nurses
yeah.
in the States.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is the dilemma, is whether you want to keep your Medicare Part B or not. And then and even when you're in the States, you got to find a doctor that's going to accept that.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, it was just like no brainer. Heck, they have good hospitals here. If not here, Thailand, you know. If not here in Cebu, you go to BGC, you know. Got a great
Manila,
hospital.
there's
Manila, yeah.
Manila.
So yeah, there's just
There's here Chonghua, Cebu Med.
yeah,
Isn't
and
it?
just think about it. So many people travel out of the U.S. to have procedures done,
Mm-hmm.
either to Mexico or they come to the Philippines. They go to Thailand to have procedures done because it costs so much in the
In the
States.
States.
And they're so they got to have the quality. People wouldn't be coming back down. I remember going the first time I went to a dentist in Panama. Couldn't believe it. I got a teeth cleaning plus X-rays, and it was $20. I'm thinking, my gosh, I can't believe it.
$20? How much
Twenty
is it?
dollars.
Cleaning.
$20. 1,200 pesos.
And here?
I don't know. I haven't been to the dentist here. I need to go.
It's so cheap if it's only $20.
I know.
Oh.
If you go to the States, yeah, teeth cleaning in the state. Last time I had a teeth cleaning in the States, it was like $170
Mm.
for teeth cleaning
That's
and a
too
couple
much.
X-rays.
So yeah, as a retiree in the Philippines, have you ever regret for your 4 years here that you bought some properties like condo in the Philippines because the people or the YouTuber or content creator they said that don't buy condos. So have you ever regret that you
No,
bought
no, I
one?
never don't regret buying these at all. I don't. I mean, this is one of the best things I've done because you know, like I have some savings,
Mm-hmm.
and that's you know I have a safety net, uh, but you know it just sits there. It doesn't do anything. So I bought these condos. You know, these condos we can rent them out. We can keep them as an investment.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe my stock portfolio might grow, but my stock portfolio can go down. I'm still not I'm not to par yet this year. Last two years before I made oodles of money. This year I haven't made any money yet. So you can lose any money in the stock market as well as you can make money. But I don't think the condos will go down. You know, I think they'll just keep going up, just like most real estate.
Yeah, your
It goes
condo now is almost double
they
the
might go
price
down a
now.
couple of years, maybe a little
Mm.
bit, but they're going to go up and they're going to keep going up and up. So they'll keep their value. And it's always, and you know, if ever I get into problems, I can just come back and stay in the condo. If I rent it out or, you know, if I lose everything, I can always say, okay, I need to move back to the condo.
Mm.
So it's like something, you know, tangible, you know, yeah, I look at it like I don't want to have all my money in my brokerage. I don't want to have all my money in my savings account. I don't want to have all my money in real estate. You want to have a little bit in everything, but I don't want to have anything in the States anymore. I still have a property back there I want to sell. Hopefully, somebody's going to buy it soon. So that'd be my last property. So
Mm-hmm.
I'll get rid of it. So I don't want to have to deal with that anymore. So it's I've kind of just felt like just to move everything over here.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm, you know me, I've always talked. I want to go to the other countries that everybody's talking about: Cambodia, and and Vietnam. Cambodia
Vietnam.
and Vietnam.
Yeah.
I've been to Thailand. I've seen that, but we're going on a cruise. We're going to go to Koh Samui again. This time I want to have time to go around, rent a motorbike and ride around the
Right
island for a while.
around, yeah.
So to see what it's like, we're hearing all these things about these other places,
Oh yeah.
and
The
you know
comparison.
I have no problems if I go someplace and I think it's nicer. Maybe I want to go over there and stay there for a few months and see what it's like.
Yeah.
Because
That's right.
condos are nice because I can just rent those out. Even the townhome, we can rent anything out
Mm.
and then just go around. I'm not the one that just wants to stay in one place all the time.
Yeah, so far. Okay, so far, honey, you've been here. How do you deal with the way you shop? Because let our viewers know, how do you deal with the way you buy some stuff that it's not always available, like you're doing some repairs on a small things here.
Yeah, it's
So how
frustrating.
do you deal with that? Like how do you do to have that thing, to avail that thing? So tell them how do you manage to buy, where you buy or what.
Well, yeah, things are different. They do things
Yeah,
different here.
so
You know, it's not the same kind of
because it's not the
construction.
same in
Yeah,
America, that's always available in any hardware. Here, how do you deal with that the
Well, there's
availability
a
of the
learning
things?
curve. There's a learning curve here too. You have a learning curve.
Yeah,
You have
share it to them, honey.
well, it's like like the go-to places go to YouTube, see how people do things on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I get a kick out of all the forwarders here that say, this is how we do things here. This is how you change a water heater. We saw one changing a water heater.
Mm-hmm.
He's calling the wires a hot lead and a hot lead and a neutral lead. And in the Philippines, that's not how it works. It's each one's 220. I mean 110. Each one's 110 to make 220. So it's just kind of funny because a lot of people think it's the same. There's almost everything's different. So like the electrical is different. The construction's different. They use concrete. Like you think that it's a concrete wall, it's going to be hard. Well, it's just more like a thin a lightweight plaster. You can drill right through it with a drill. So things like that. But there's just everything's different. You know, it's hard to find somebody that's qualified to do really good work. Most people are just they're like what we call the skilled worker that can do everything. But everything is just kind of so-so. We hired somebody to do the fit out on this Galleria condo, and they made their own cabinets right on site, but it's got the formica covered board, particle board, or laminate, I guess whatever it is. But then they just screw it all together with screws, and then instead of making it like we would pocket screw on in the States, so you would never see the screws, they just did it through the side of the cabinet. But then to cover up the screws, they just put some white caulk on it. And so the white caulk is already yellowing, and it's dull, and you can see it. And it looks just kind of like a do-it-yourselfer. So it's what we would call do-it-yourselfer in the States. It doesn't look very nice.
Yeah,
But it's just a different way of doing things here. And that's the learning curve. If I would have known they would do that first, I would say, no, I want the price for you to have the cabinets made by a cabinet maker and then put in. So things like that. The materials anytime you go down, like screws, hardware,
yeah.
they don't have what we would have in the States. They just don't have the variety of different type of fasteners and stuff. Like just to do what we in the townhome we have, the ceiling started popping off because when we bought it, it had the ceiling fell off in the master bedroom. I don't know why. I think because it got moisture and it left the window open. It all fell down. So it wasn't all of it, but maybe a big hole in the middle. They put it back up, but they had not the guys that do it for a living. They just had the handyman guys in the subdivision that are doing all these repairs. Repair it. Well, okay, they have this big 2 foot by 4 foot concrete board. It might have had 3 screws in it because it with the heating and expansion and contraction, it just started popping off. In fact, it was doing that everywhere pretty much. And it's just that one room, so it had to be something that was done incorrectly. But I didn't want to take it all down and redo it, so I just wanted to get some hat track metal to screw up through the concrete board into the metal above. Well, the metal's so thin you can't screw it. You have to pop rivet it because the screws it won't grab onto the metal. The metal's so thin.
So thin, yeah.
So, but I thought if I had hat track, I could just pop rivet it. They don't have hat track here. Nobody don't even knows what it's called. What I'm talking about when I ask for hat track. Even if I draw a picture, they don't have it. So I got just what's called just like 1/2 by 2 channel, just real thin stuff, and I had to fabricate my own little bracket to screw it up. Same things like that. It's just frustrating, You just have to figure a way to handle it with what you have. So it's more like, heard of MacGyver. You just use what you have and make it work. So it's the same type of thing.
You just have to make a
So
solution.
it's
Just a solution on how you will deal with
and
it.
when you go to the hardware store to get something, if you have a list of 5 things, I'll bet you can't find all 5 things at one hardware store. You're going to go to at least two or three before you can get all three. So when you go to the hardware, just don't get frustrated. Because they don't have what you want because they never do. It's very hard. That's the way it is. If you're trying to do your own stuff, I understand I can't work uh, to earn money here because they won't let you. But when you have your own condo, you can do your own, type of work. Not really major work because
But
the condo companies they don't want you to do it. But to do things like we had, I changed the ceiling fans, mounted the TVs on the wall, things like that.
yeah,
Install a wireless bridge to for internet to our other condo, things like that I can do.
yeah,
And that's kind of fun, but it's 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 just comical because we drive around and well we'll have to go to this we go to the next one and sometimes I think well no I don't think that place will have it. Let's go even farther down to the one that might have it so yeah we just kind of bounce around sometimes uh, after 3 or 4 I said oh let's just go home I'll order it on Lazada so that's
Lazada,
what
it
happens
ended
a lot of
up
times.
like that.
Yeah we can't find a good
So,
order on Lazada.
yeah, but anyways, when it comes to constructing some stuff in the Philippines, so it's different from the US, yeah. So, yeah, but this kind of stuff, because you are a contractor, you know better, yeah. So, what's the best
Yeah,
quality? But for those who don't know about construction, they will not complain about this.
yeah,
So, because they don't have that idea.
yeah.
But for you, because you know the quality, how they work, something like that. So that's why you
Well,
have
that's
this.
the other thing. If you hire somebody and you don't know how the construction should go together, you don't know that they're doing it wrong.
Mm,
And so when they get done, it doesn't
yeah.
work like it should, and then you don't, and then you're in the problem. So I'd say I'm just gonna feel like I'm lucky because I know some
Yeah,
of it.
so some of you guys
Like
don't
how many
know.
times did we have to have them redo this little ledge around the ceiling, where they put the backlight up on the ledge, so it's got the LED lights that gets kind of backlights up. They would always cover up the fire sprinkler, so if there was a fire and the sprinkler went off, it doesn't spray in the room. It's been
Covered.
box covered over. It took 3 times to get them to figure out that no, that's
Yeah,
a sprinkler. When it gets a fire in here, that thing just opens up and it sprays to put
yeah,
out the
they
fire.
don't know about
It's
that.
like, oh my gosh. And then they were putting the ceiling fans in on the other place, and
There's no air.
they kept trying to put it on the
Mm,
wrong way.
no
I kept
way.
saying, and they don't speak that much English, so I'm trying to explain to them. I'm trying to get Miley. Can you tell him? But she doesn't
Yeah.
know what I'm talking about either.
Yeah,
So
because I don't know construction. It's hard to
you can't
he just have to be around and check every now and then.
you can't get upset.
So yeah,
You just got to kind of just go with the
and
flow.
just
So
solve this.
so a lot of things like me, I say like we could get our contractor guy to come over here and put these ceiling fans up. But why? Because I can do it myself quicker than I can have him come over and watch him do it because he'll take twice as long to do it than what I can do it. So I just go up and do it myself.
Okay. I'm sure
Out of
if you
stock, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure if you put the condo only for short stays and put them on Booking.com and Agoda, you earn that investment back
Oh
quickly.
yeah, that's what we're planning on doing. We've always planned on doing it. We just live in no hurry. The problem with us is we get another idea of something to do. So
Yeah, it's
so
always like, I want to do this, I want to do this. It didn't finish.
yeah,
There's no ending of repairing this one. I want to change this. So that's why. Just say it, famous words out of stock,
yeah,
sir.
yeah. But we don't hear that so often now. The out of stock. It's just now they just don't have it. We go into the hardware. Well, we don't have that.
Yeah, it's because also he has this attitude that don't ask. I will just look for it.
Well,
So
yeah,
it's
you
not,
ask them, and then they look around for it for 20, 30 minutes, and
and
then
then
they
they
come back
say
to you.
out of
Yeah,
stock.
we don't
We
have it.
don't have.
They don't say out of stock anymore. They just
Oh
say we
yeah,
don't
we
have it.
don't have it. Yeah.
We don't have that.
Mylene, do you guys eat out most of the time or do you cook a lot.
About half and half, I think.
Half and half. If because Jeff is always busy, Sir Allen. So if he has work on the other condo, I cannot cook here because we're always together wherever I go. So sometimes he will buy in the store some stuff, so don't have time to cook. But if he is working here, like the air fryer is here, we have cooking stuff here, so I'm cooking whenever he is working here. So whenever he's doing outside or somewhere, we will eat outside. So half and half. Is there a Home Depot like stores in the Philippines?
They have hardware stores in Dumaguete. They had a Home Depot. I can't remember. Is it called something? It's just Home Depot. There's a thing here in Leyte in our where we had.
Wilcon,
There's a
Savers.
Leyte Home Depot, they call
Yeah,
it.
there are lots of.
They're not like Home Depot. They're just big hardware stores.
Yeah.
But yeah, they. Let me put it this way: in Home Depot, they have such a variety of all different ways of doing things. You know, like for building construction, they have all the brackets and everything. Everything you need could use for construction, they have it. Here, they only have certain things like screws for wood. They only have like maybe 2 or 3 different sizes,
Mm.
and they don't have any the variety. So you have to use the you only get a choice of a few things to use for attaching things. They don't have brackets like you would have there. They don't really build with wood very much, so there's not really. I think that's why there's probably not very many
We have
screws that attach wood.
we have lots of wood that available here, but it's like coconut lumber, something
Yeah,
like
it's
that.
not this. It's
But
not
it's in a
strong.
local
Yeah.
local hardware store, not in the big stores.
And
Because
like-
Jeff always go to the big hardware stores.
Like plumbing, they have this real thin orange waste pipe, but there's not near as many fittings that is available. So even like underneath your sink where your P-trap goes into the wall, you have a connection, that's a screw connection. You have the pipe comes out, you put an adapter on it, has the thread, and then you put. Here they have a rubber grommet. The rubber goes inside the pipe, and then the other pipe goes inside the hole in that. It's not a watertight thing. It won't leak as long as there's no back pressure. But if there's back pressure, if it backs up, yeah, it'll be leaking out of it. So it's just a different way of things handling things here. The pipe
Yeah,
that
Filipino
drain pipe
thing.
is very thin. You have to be very careful.
Yeah, it's a Filipino
Yeah.
stuff. So they have hardware stores, yeah, with lots out of stock. Lots out of stock.
A lot of out of stock. Yeah.
Dennis, thank you.
Well, where we hear out of stock was usually in the restaurants. You'd order something. We're
Yeah, out of stock
So,
in
so
restaurant
in the hardware
also.
store, they just don't have it. We're out of that. They
Yeah.
don't say out of stock. We're just out of it. They don't have it.
Yeah.
But what's really bad is in the condo here, the mall. They have the hardware store, but they bought the probably when the store opened, maybe 10, 12 years ago. I can't remember when it was. They bought those little trays of all the little screws and everything, and they put them in there.
Drawer.
Well, all the ones that are popular are all empty. They never refilled it up.
Oh,
And
yeah.
so, for the 2 years I've been here, the tray that the screws that you mostly common used, it's always been empty. Nobody comes and fills it up. They just don't care. That's what I mean. Nobody cares.
Or sometimes, like for example, half inch in that box, it's written half inch, but inside is
Oh,
1 inch.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
you have to deal with it.
For the blue
The label doesn't-
blue water pipe. That's the same. That's where that happens too, because all the ones that are bought all the time, they're empty.
Yeah.
The only ones that are there are the things that nobody would really want.
The label sometimes doesn't match what's
Yeah.
inside, so you have to deal with
But
that
there is some
also.
hardware stores that do update them. But
Yeah.
City Hardware don't go there for water pipe. City Hardware is City Hardware, Wilcon. Those are the large hardware stores that are kind of like Home Depot throughout the Philippines.
Yeah, you know what, Sir Allen, and for those who are here, we seldom go to the mall. In a week, maybe there's one. But in hardware, it's almost every day. Wait
Yeah,
lang,
we're
honey.
always trying to do something.
Yeah, it's almost every day in a different hardware
Well,
store.
there's so many things we got to do.
Wait lang, honey. Wait, I will read. Mylene, wait. Where are we? I just wish. Okay, I read this one already. Shall I try? Just say it. Famous words out
Out
of
of stock.
stock. Mylene, do you guys okay? Or do you cook a lot? Okay, it's Home Depot. Okay, with lots of stuff.
They have hardware
I think
stores.
you can. I think you can't find things, or the technique is not even available. It's best to just order and deliver online. Yeah, that's what Jeff is doing. We are spoiled Home Depot
Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
those here.
Yeah, you would be surprised at what Filipinos do to make things work with what they have. They're very, like I said, it's like a MacGyver type of situation. The Filipino guys, they can make things work out of, just a few things.
Mm.
It's like everything's like wired together, any way they can get it together and
As
make it
long
work.
as they can fix it.
And the other thing is, yeah, they don't want to spend any money on it. As long as they can just pick something up and use it and make it work, they'll make it work.
Try finding something as simple as loan.
Lawnmower.
Lawnmower in the Philippines, not just
That's
easy
because
because
they
they
don't
love
really
to use
they don't really
their
use
own
lawnmowers in the
What's
Philippines.
that lawnmower, Sonny?
It's
I
a
don't know.
lawn mows the lawn. Just it's like got an engine on it and push it. You know, Jogo that had the push mower, he pushed the mower and it has a reel and it makes
Ah,
that's a hand push mower. It makes pushing it makes the blades turn. But they
ah,
have them with a motor on it that turns the wheel, or they have a blade that underneath it that spins.
mm.
But not that many people use lawn. They use weed eaters here for the great, even for big lawns, because they don't have the same lawns that they do in the states that are nice and thick. It's mostly very kind of a thin, like I can't what do they call that kind of lawn thatch, Uh, so mostly, if anything's been trimmed, it's usually done with a weed eater.
Okay, Wilcon has a lot of stock. It's very similar to a Home Depot.
Yeah, we go to Wilcon to get a lot of
Is there
stuff.
Wilcon in America, honey?
No,
No. You can buy lawnmower at Wilcon.
yeah, they might have one.
They might.
But you don't just see very many. Very seldom do you see lawnmowers in the Philippines. There might be some. Like Jogo bought the one that's just a push one.
Wait, honey, I'm just.
Push reel mower. Yeah, that's another thing he says. Try finding something as simple as a lawnmower in the Philippines. Not that easy because they love to use their pair of scissors, which is right. You'll see a Filipina. It won't be a Filipino. It'll usually be, well, I guess it could be a Filipino if he's hired as the gardener. You'll see him out with a pair of scissors or shears cutting the grass by hand. You would never see that in the States. Nobody would do that. I know they made them. I remember when I was a kid they made them, but very seldom you would see somebody. But now that they have weed eaters, everybody has those. Wilcon has a lot of stock. It's very similar to Home Depot. It is. It's probably the one that's probably more similar, but the Wilcon in Tacloban that we go to, it's like half the store is just tile. A lot of tile. My name, just be direct. Just say, Jeff, I would like to see inside sometimes.
What's that?
She sees inside the mall all the time because usually we live right next to the mall. We just go down and go
Here,
through the mall.
if we are in Cebu, but if we are in Leyte,
Leyte.
yeah, so
Yeah, we go to the hardware store more than we go to the mall.
yes,
The only time we go to the mall is the grocery store.
grocery once a week.
Yeah.
Not sometimes, not even
Well,
sometimes.
we live a ways away from it. We live a half hour away from it.
But hardware store is like in a week 5 times, or even in one day,
Well,
sometimes
no,
2 times.
no, we shouldn't say that because when I was doing the ceiling in the bedroom, we had to go back. And one time it was really stupid though too. one time, you know, I got all the ceiling panels and the J channel to go around, and I bought all the clips, all the metal. I'd already put the metal up, and all the clips that would pop rivet, the little clips that hold the panels up. I bought a sack of 50 of them, and went out and I thought I put it on the back bumper. And then the guy had the panels we put up on the top of my truck, and I was tying them down. And I thought, well, I drove off and I left those on the back of the bumper. So I lost it. They fell off as I drove home. And I didn't remember. I picked them up off the bumper, and when I went into the truck, I put them in the little, you know,
Box.
the box that's in between the seat.
Hmm.
So here I go. The next day, I can't find the clips. I can't do them. So we have to go back and buy clips the next day. Buy 60 clips so I
Yeah,
have
the
enough.
moment we wake up, we go to the
So
hardware.
then I did it all done, and so yeah, I get it done, and I ran out of clips. I needed just a few more clips. So we go down and get a few more clips, come back. I parked I ran out. I cut one of the panel pieces wrong, so I needed to go buy another panel piece too. So you got the clips in the panel. Come back and start to get out of the truck, and I lift up the little cubby hole there, and I see this brown bag there, and I go, oh shit.
What's there?
I pick it up and I look at Smiley's looking at me, and I said, and she's gonna just laugh at me. I open it up, there's all those 50 clips that I thought I left on the bumper.
We went to Tacloban for just
We went back and forth to
back and forth,
Wilcon,
and how
I think
much?
4 times.
How much was the he paid for the gas of going back and forth, and then he will just buy for 100 pesos, I think. How much was it? My gosh.
Yeah, we had to go back and get just the clips, the
Because all the way to Tacloban.
last 12 clips I needed. Go back there, only 11 pesos a piece, 22 cents a piece, 20 cents a piece. So
And the last piece that you bought, what we call this one, the panel.
The panel, yeah.
He needs only one piece, and
It's
then he was
250.
trying 250, yeah, and he was trying to figure it out what he will do in order for the panel, ceiling panel, not to bend when
You can't put it on
top of
it's
the
just
truck.
thin plastic, it just
So,
blow apart.
Yeah.
So we have to buy a piece of board to put
Yeah,
it
he was
on.
looking for a board like same as big, same as wide of the ceiling panel. Then I said, "How about this, honey? Let's buy a that ceiling panel and then wrap it with a box or a carton. What do you call in English that one?
Cardboard.
Cardboard. Okay, and then let's buy a like
A
a
board.
piece of
Wood.
wood that would like tie it in order not to bend, like a strong one, something like that. So yeah, it works out like that because he needs only one, all the way to Tacloban. He needs only one piece of that board, and the piece of wood is much expensive than the ceiling panel. Was
But,
less than 500.
yeah, but you know the ceiling panel was like
200.
$4, 250,
But the
and,
wood
and the board was 400.
and
So it was just
Kind
over
of funny.
over $10, or Mylene, this is the kind of the stuff that they hate. Well, you don't have to spend that. I even bought an extra panel just in case I messed up the second one. I wanted to make sure I had enough. I didn't want to come back again. But she would, any other time she would say, "No, don't spend it, don't spend it." But this time I said, "No, I'm going to spend it. I'm going to get it. Don't worry."
Yeah, he's like that. When it comes to construction, no worry, it's okay. I will buy again another tool. I said, you have already tool like that. No, I need this one. Oh my God, there are lots of tools already. Oh well, you also needed that 1 or 2 extra panels anyway.
So we ended up with one extra panel, and we gave it to her brother.
Yeah, my
So he could
brother.
put it in his store.
Because the cutouts, like the edges of that panels, of the ceiling panels, was like this long, and then we know that Filipino, every inch of that
Yeah.
we can still make a way to use it.
The panels.
So-
the panels are made. They're made like maybe 12 feet, 11 feet or so.
And you use
and
only
we only use 10 feet. So
Yeah.
there's like a foot the end.
yeah.
And
And then he
she said, "Look, I want to give these to my brother."
He said,
"Who would
"Throw
want
it,
them?
throw
Why
it."
can't you just throw them away?"
He said through it, and then
But he comes
I
and he
keep
says,
it,
"Oh
I
yeah, I'll
hide
take them.
it.
I'll take them."
I hide it. And then there you come. I called my brother. Undi, I take picture of that. And then I called my brother. Do you need this one? Look, there are lots of them. Maybe you can use this one. And then,
So
yeah,
I
here you
said,
go. Here
this is
you
what I mean,
come.
MacGyver. They use anything they can to do stuff.
Yeah,
But
and here you come. My brother came, and then Jeff was, what? I told her to throw that one. I said, see, it's usable for him. And then also, there's a remaining one ceiling panel, and he gave it to my brother, and also the wood. So my brother, he has this wood to be used. So
yeah, one
yeah,
thing about the the Home Depot and Lowe's in the States, yeah, you can return everything. In the Philippines, you can't return anything. They'll let you take something back if you haven't opened it, and then they'll let you trade it for something, but they won't give you your money back. That's not going to happen.
yeah. You mentioned it to me that whenever you have item that you don't need or you want to return, they will give you back your money. Yeah.
Yeah, they won't.
But
There
here,
they will. In the States they will. Yeah,
here
just
no,
yeah, they won't give you your money back.
they won't
So
give you.
you want to make sure you whatever you buy you can use, because they won't give you your money back. It's just not the case. If you have something that doesn't work, this is another problem. You know, if you buy a water heater, they're going to plug it in, and they're not going to make water go through it, but they're going to plug it in and see the light go on, and then
Mm,
you bring it back. They're going to say, well, we tested it for you. But if you buy anything that has like a air conditioner, you know, window air conditioner, they'll plug it in and make sure it blows cold air out. Because when you take it home, you can't, like I said, you can't
yeah,
bring it back. So
but you can have. We have this policy that change item only.
yeah, we did that
Change
one time.
item.
Yeah, we bought one thing and we still have those air
Change
conditioners
item,
that we got
but
to
make
sell.
sure that the exchange would not like lesser. It
Yeah,
should be like more than the amount that.
yeah. They'll let you get credit towards something else, but it can't
Yes.
be in an open box either. You have
Mm.
to if
They
it's
will
something
check
that's
if it's.
boxed up, you gotta
Yeah.
make sure it's still boxed up.
Let me ask, what's the return policy? Return. Ah,
There is
return.
one.
Yeah, so you mentioned this
There is.
one.
Yeah, there's
So
no
you
return.
cannot take your money back.
Yeah.
Return, they never sold it. Ah. They never sold it because it's out of stock. Home Depot and Lowe's return policy is very nice.
Mm.
Just have receipt to have phone number
Yeah, I don't know
tied
how
to the
much longer Home Depot and Lowe's will be in business because all the stuff that's being stolen, the people are trying to return for credit. People just go into Home Depot and just fill their basket up and just push it out.
what do you mean?
They go into the store,
And then
they go get all the power tools they can, the cordless tools everybody wants. They put it in their basket and they try to just wheel it out the door. I think up until just recently they've started trying to stop them, but before they would if the company had tried to stop them and they got in a fight or something,
mm-hmm.
and that burglar, that thief got hurt, they would sue the company, sue Home Depot or Lowe's.
Oh.
So, and the courts would let them. It's just so stupid. This is what they were showing on YouTube all the time. You see where the people were going in and robbing all these stores.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just go in and take everything. And the policy of the store was don't do anything to where the guy might get hurt. He'll sue us. So if anyone, the stores aren't going to be in business much longer. So hopefully they're changing it. I don't know. Maybe somebody online might know if this is still going on.
Yeah,
But
so okay, and I have a question. So we have a life here in Cebu, which is we are in the city, and in the province. So how do you compare, or what can you say about the difference between here and in Leyte? In your how many years there? Like it's been living there for.
living where?
So what's
Here?
in Leyte and here? So
We've
how
been
do you
well,
compare it?
we've been like
What can you
a year in
what
Leyte,
can you say?
a little over a year in Leyte and here. I think we
Yeah, what
well,
can you
we've been
say about the difference
well,
living here and living there?
one's in a condo, one's in a townhome. I mean,
So the experience,
well, the thing is in a condo, if you want to go someplace, it's going to take you just a few minutes. You got to walk down the hallway, get in an elevator, ride the elevator down. If you want to go to the mall, then we got to walk over to the mall. Then you can go. Then wall, and then you can walk back, take the elevator. It's just very convenient. You know, I think I get more walking exercise here in the condo than I
Then
do
in
Leyte.
Leyte.
Because in Leyte, you're kind of spoiled. You walk
But
right outside. There's the truck right there. You walk 5, 10 feet around the truck, get in the truck, and drive off.
but you have lots of things to do in Leyte.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, we can just get in the truck and go here. Here, if you want to go someplace, we can get in our car and go.
Yeah.
But half the time, it's more of a struggle to get in a car around anywhere. I'm talking one. Why did we buy the car when we half the time, like yesterday, we took the.
Taxi, I grab.
Or no, that was today. Today we got the
Today
Grab
grab.
to go to the mall.
It's because you don't like the traffic.
Well, no, yeah. Well, it's like, well, why fuss with it when you know we can just get a Grab. I mean, it's so
Well,
the convenience is so much easier. I mean, how much did we pay? It was like $2 to go to the expo, and probably $2.50 or $3 to get back.
well, the use of your car here is whenever you buy something bigger, which is you don't have to carry it with
Yeah.
you, something like that. That's the use of your
If we
car.
if we want to go to the hardware store and buy maybe something bigger that we can't take in a Grab or something, put in the back of the car. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, or if we want to go, on a trip up somewhere, like when Shelby was here, we went up to Tops. We
Oh
had a
yeah.
Grab.
Yeah.
We probably would have drove up there, which
Mm.
probably wouldn't have been that nice because we would have drove up there. Then
We're waiting for them.
Ride with CB says, why do you have to park so far away from Tops to walk up this
Yeah.
big hill?
There was a motorcycle
Yeah,
adventure
yeah.
that he went there that will.
So,
Yeah.
but if you wanted to go, like if we ever wanted to go to take a ride down to Dumaguete or something, just to stay overnight or something to
Yeah.
see what's going on down there, we can take the car. It'd be easy.
When he gets bored in Leyte, he flies to Cebu.
Pretty much it. Yeah, we go back and forth.
There was a Home Depot store here that closed years ago because of theft, stuck living from the back door.
Talk was leaving from the back door.
Stuck
Yeah,
living
somebody
from-
was somebody was in on it, so they're. Yeah, I see the things.
Like they broke it and stole
they
the
just
stuff?
they just opened the door and walked out with it. One employee opened the door, or maybe they just pushed the door open.
Oh.
That's what I was saying. There were just people stealing out of these stores, and some of the policies of the stores was don't stop them, just report them, and then the police would come make a report. Even if they knew the people, they wouldn't even go arrest them because they knew if they arrested them that they were in these cities that would just let them back out. They would go down there, book them, and they instead of putting them in jail, they'd get no bail. What do they call it? No cash bail, so you wouldn't have to put cash up, and they would let you go, saying, okay, we'll give you a court date, a month away, but you can go, but just come back to court so we can tell you what your penalty will be. Well, then they go back out and steal somebody else, some more stuff.
Mm.
No cash bail is what it was called.
So, okay, doctor, no more. Let's see if there's any comment. Okay, there's no comment. So, honey, what can you say about the? So we watch a YouTube thing that they said that the comparison between Vietnam and and in the Philippines. So the Philippines offer a good retiring. What do you call this one? Retiring stability, or I can say stability, and like Vietnam has good food, has good infrastructure, I can say something like that, while in Philippines they're offering some like a good retirement offer, something like that. But in that conclusion, what can you say, or what can you add on that conclusion? That is it true that the Philippines offers much better retiring like SRRV because we compared to Vietnam? What can you say?
Vietnam doesn't have anything for retirees.
So,
They only have a tourist visa.
and then it results like it ended up like still the Philippines is the best. It's true to you as like because you are here. Is it?
Well, I think that's what I just said. Philippines has a set retirement visa for specifically for
Yeah,
people to
visa.
retire. You can get an SRRV, and that means you can get that as long as you maintain that, and you get it renewed every year.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to cost you about $360 every year to renew it, but as long as you have that, you can come and go in the Philippines as you don't have to have the
To have
outward
that.
ticket and stuff.
Okay.
Now in Vietnam, you can only stay 90 days. And after 90 days, before 90 days is up, you have to leave. You cannot stay over one day. So you have to go out of the country and then come back in the country, and you get another 90 days. People
Yeah.
do that. That's how they retire there. They stay there. They do a visa run, which is what it's called, and you can have one of the help the what do you call them, the tourist places that do this kind of stuff will go on a visa run for you. Get a bus and they'll take you out of the
Oh
country,
yeah,
and
just to
then you can
have
stay
that.
over in a hotel overnight. Then you can come back the next day,
Mm-hmm.
and then your 90 days starts over again. But they don't have anything set specifically for somebody to stay.
Yeah, for the retiring
So
retiree visa.
they did comparisons between both of them we watched, and they still come out that okay.
Still
In
the
most people's
Philippines.
opinions, they think the Philippines is still better
Yeah,
because
still better.
they welcome retirees. They speak more English here than in Vietnam.
Yeah.
Vietnam's a language that's really hard to learn, and you
Yeah.
still have English over there. It's no problem. You can get along, especially with the apps you have now.
Mm.
But it does have an advantage. You don't have to be flying to go from one part of the country to another. You can drive, or you can take a bus, you can take a train. Here we have to fly or take a boat. So it's hard to get from one island to the other.
To the
But here it's still, the food in Vietnam is supposed to be better than the food in the
Than the food,
Philippines.
yeah.
But you have the visa that
Yeah.
makes it easy. They have the English speaking.
Mm.
Those two things make a big difference here.
Yeah, when it comes to food, you can
You can
choose.
find the
Yeah.
food. You can always find the food you like.
Yeah.
I'm not a picky food eater. I don't want to have gourmet food all the time.
But you can say that the cost of living still cheaper in Vietnam or in the Philippines.
Well, that's what they said. They said it was cheaper.
Mm.
That costs are a little bit cheaper than the
In the
Philippines.
Philippines.
The living conditions are much better because they have nicer places to
Nicer
rent.
place. Yeah.
You don't have the in Philippines. Everything's really small, and they have a little bit more area for the units that are for rent over there.
Mm.
That's one of the things we've been to Vietnam on the cruises.
Yeah, but we didn't
we-
stay that long.
Yeah, we haven't been there that long, so
Mhm.
we're planning on, probably after
Travel.
the first of the year, we'll probably go and stay in Vietnam for an extended period of time for probably 2 weeks to a month.
Yeah, also to put on my YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here in the Netherlands, we have shops where each item is only displayed once behind glass. You just fill a paper with item ID, and at the cashier, the order is collected from the stock room
Yeah.
while
Different
paying.
way.
Oh, it prevents theft and less employees needed in store. That's good.
Yeah. Yeah. Here it's ridiculous. You go to the cashier. Okay, the cashier will cash it all. They'll scan everything, and they'll tell you how much it is, and you'll pay them the cash, and they'll give you your change back, and they'll put the stuff to the side, and then
Yeah.
somebody else has to come over and check every single thing.
Yeah, that's
They
the
don't. They don't
City
check.
Hardware.
Just look at it and say, okay, that looks good. They look at every single thing and count.
Every number.
If you have 50 clips, they're going to count all 50 clips and then mark off the 50 clips. They don't just see that there's a bag of clips. They count every one and mark it all off. And then you have to go out, and then you have to give it to the guard, and he has to look at
The
it,
guard will
and,
check.
and he has to put his stamp on it before you get out.
So that's in the
That's-
Philippines.
And the bad thing is okay, you got 3 checkers, and you have 1 person checking, and so you're standing there. You've already paid. You've already got your receipt in your hand, and your stuff's at the end of the counter, and there's already two people that's got their stuff right behind yours with their receipt. They're still waiting for the person to get done with the other register to come over and count your items because they've been busy counting items at other places. So, and you wonder why. You just wonder why, that's just one of the things about the Philippines. You just have to accept. It's just because that's the way they do it. And every time I ever ask about it, why do they do it? That's just the way it's always been done.
You experienced that how many
Yeah,
times? Yeah.
yeah.
Alright, it prevents theft and less employees. Okay. No more questions? What time
Yeah,
is
it's
it,
time to
honey?
go to bed. 12:37.
Wait, I will just complete the.
Okay, you complete.
Yeah, I'll just complete how many minutes more. Okay.
Yeah, the one thing about having the things in the display case is that you don't get to look at it. I'd like to pick something up and look at the box and read what it says about it or something, and like especially on items that have, information that you really need to know, especially in electrical uh, uh, receptacles and switches and stuff. You want to see how you connect stuff to the back, everything, there's a big difference between things like in construction of how well things go together, how easy it is to make things work. Like tools, you have to have certain tools to do certain things. You just like that, doesn't that smell?
No, I just opened. I washed it.
Yeah, no, but it's the plastic that smells, not the water.
Oh, really? I will not put it in. So, what can you say? Okay, this is my question to you. What can you say about the happenings nowadays that every now and then there is brownout? So
Oh my gosh.
what can you tell about
Oh
them?
my gosh, it hasn't been that bad. And even here,
Even in the
we
condo,
used to not
okay.
have brownouts here. And we were here last week, and we had a brownout, but the generator never went on, so we could never get power to the internet. But then we just had a brownout the other day here, but after just a few minutes, I went and flipped the breaker to the generator, and it came on. The generator only operates the refrigerator and the plug where the Wi-Fi is plugged into, and that's the TV's plugged into it too. So we have TV, Wi-Fi, and the refrigerator's plugged in, but that's all. But that's about the only two times we've seen it this whole year. But in Leyte, oh my gosh, it happens every day.
Yeah.
Every day, but it only goes off
Nowadays.
for 10 minutes, usually only 10 minutes, sometimes maybe a little longer. We have a generator there, and if it lasts a long time, we'll get the generator out and plug it in
Mm.
and operate the Starlink where we can have internet.
Yeah, one thing about having these brownouts, they don't give you notice. It's
Yeah.
good if they give you notice that it will have a scheduled brownout. Yeah, it's good. But it will just suddenly, if you have some important things like I'm editing and then I want to save and then suddenly the brownout, oh my gosh, all your it's hard to edit and then suddenly it will brown out. Doesn't save. Oh my god. I hate it really. So I have an idea, like you have this townhouse already, yeah, you bought it, and then uh, you see how Filipino build townhouses in the Philippines, yeah.
Um,
You have so many problems when it comes to the pitch drop, the water, the ceiling. So you have so many problems about that. So what can you say about them that they are planning to come to Philippines and buy this townhouse, like famous townhouse, like the Camellia Homes, whatever is that, like the way they built here. So how can you explain to the
just
viewers?
be
that
ready. Be ready to be doing a lot of things because things don't work like you want them to work. I don't know. Maybe some of them work okay. It's kind of like
they're the same.
a lower quality of
Yeah.
building.
See.
The condos are built like even the Parthenon condo. It's a basic Filipino type condo. nothing like the Galleria, but at least it's, you know, built to a nicer a standard above what the townhome is. The townhome is, the standard of that is very low quality. I mean, like the doors don't fit. You know, the doors are kind of made. They're made on site.
There's some gap,
Yeah,
top,
yeah,
side.
yeah, they don't. They're they're made to where they're not like they're tweaked or something. So yeah, there's gap. We got geckos coming through the door. I taped around the joint of the door this time to keep the geckos out while we're gone. I put the packing tape all the way around the door so it's taped shut
Yeah.
so the geckos don't come in. So, but yeah, it's just I don't know. I just look at how things are put together. If you're gonna, the thing is, if you're a foreigner, you can't buy a townhome. You cannot buy that. The one I bought is in Myleen's name. I just have a lease agreement with her to where I control it. But yeah, so you're taking a gamble there. You know, I'm taking a gamble with Mylene could just tell me to take a hike and she say, well, that's mine now. She can do that.
I have a house. What will I do with that one?
So yeah, a lot of people would call me simp. You know, and there's so many people. I'm sure there's just it's kind of the thing about here. But you know, there's sometimes when you're in a relationship, you do things for people. So Mylene, we have that place over there business by Myleen's family, so she has a place, and I don't mind it over there. It gives me a break from the condo life, you know. So that's why I kind of like it. I get the best of both worlds. I get to live in the province. I get to live in the city.
You will not like to live in my house, yeah?
No, not for regular. Well, the
You
thing,
slept there, yeah?
yeah, I
Remember?
slept there one time.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's, you know, I have a truck. The road to get to her house, it's so difficult to get the truck
Yeah,
there. You
small
can't even get
road
the
to
truck
my
turned
house.
around on the road. And the bad thing is the road's concrete. But if you put the tire off the side of the concrete, it's not dirt. It's just it's a drop off.
It's a high.
They got a foot thick
Because
of concrete, but they didn't fill any dirt on the side.
yeah, it's because the sides are the rice fields.
Yeah,
Rice fields.
maybe go into a ditch.
Yeah, so it's
You'll
dangerous.
probably damage your truck if you get it off the road. So, and then before that, there was even that dip by the school.
Yeah,
They
but
finally fixed that.
yeah, but first time you slept there in my house was he's also in an air conditioned uh room, but it's just a small room, so it's not comfortable for him because it's a small room. Yes, I was surprised still is to see how many security PH has for every establishment nowadays. The malls even thought me some manners. They made me take off my hat. Yeah, that's what he told me when we met. Sir LW, this is Dennis is the one I interviewed. I met him here in Robinson's Mall, and then that's the first thing he told me that the mall here let me take off my hat like this.
Yeah, there's a few of them that do that. Yeah, most of them don't. But there's
Yeah,
a
it
few of
depends
them.
on the guard.
I think if the guard knows you, they don't have you take off your hat. But if you're somebody new, then yeah, they make you take off your hat.
You know what's the purpose of that? Because there's camera.
Yeah.
They are what do you call? They give instruction that let them take their camera, their hat because maybe there's a bomb inside the hat, something like that. It's for safety purposes. So, wait lang. Where are my take off hat? Okay. What if they are counting the items and you mess up their count on 150 items and
They would
they
just-
have to start over?
Yeah, they would just start over again. They wouldn't care. They don't. They're in no hurry. Put it that way. They could care less how long it.
One by one on its number, something like that. It's because the camera is focused to them that they need to check, but actually they don't. They will just have to. They really don't really check one by one. Oh, but if it's too
They
much,
check
alright.
one by one.
They check, yeah, but the serial number, they said that they are checking the serial number, but
No, I don't
no
think they're checking the serial number.
Yeah.
They see
item.
a pint can of paint,
Mm.
and if it says pint can of paint, they check it off. If it says, you know, a screwdriver, yeah, they check it off. They don't check the numbers or the price. They just check that each item is there.
They almost never check my bag though. Only the hat. They let to take out your take off your hat. Filipinos have more patience than we have. W. Promise. They just keep recounting. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, that's why I said they have no problem with recounting. In fact, if somebody comes over and taps them on the shoulder, they'll stop and help that other person. Just like if you're at the grocery store waiting for your change, they don't care if you're waiting.
Watching from Poland? Poland. Where's Poland?
Must be a place pulling.
Pulilan.
Pulilan.
Watching from Pulilan, Bulacan. Hello. Good evening to you, Sir Lester. Alexander Torio. Hello. Good evening. Welcome to my live stream. Thank you so much po. Alright. How many minutes, honey? Tada? 44. Okay, we have... Hello, ma'am, from Eastern Samar. Hello. Good evening to you, Sir Alexander. Yeah, I'm from Leyte. Sir Alexander. I'm from Leyte. You're from Samar. You are Waray, so you can have Waray here. Waray Upay. Pulilan, Bulacan. Bulacan is in Manila. So okay, what can you say about the flood, about the the flooding, the typhoon, and what else? The volcano stuff. Are you scared? Because some of them they said that, oh, I don't go to the Philippines because of this kind of disaster. Aren't you scared with this kind
Yeah,
of
kind
disaster?
of gets you kind of interested.
Especially now, it's happening the earthquake. Yeah.
Yeah, you see.
So what can you say about that?
Where was it happened? Was it Samar? Where not Samar? What's the place called?
Where?
Below Davao. Um, General Santos.
General Santos.
Where they have
Yeah.
the Jollibee fall apart.
Mhm.
All the big building just
Are
fall
you
down.
just scared of that? That
Yeah, you
it
worry
will
about it. You
happen?
think, oh my gosh, yeah. But you know, no matter where you're at, there's going to be something that you know. Where I lived in Utah, there's always they worry about earthquakes, and it's supposed to be bad there because the liquefaction of Salt Lake Valley would just make everything fall because of that. So, but then there's you know you got the hurricanes here.
Yeah, the typhoon. How do you,
Yeah,
what are you
typhoons.
thinking? Remember when there was a wind that blows, like,
Oh,
remember
yeah.
in the townhouse, we were in the townhouse. It
Yeah.
was so scary. You hear the sound of the wind, yeah? And we were,
Well, yeah, and then we went out to the lot, and you know, it was all the trees,
all the
branches that
trees,
were down,
yeah.
the wires were down, the power lines were down, and everything. So yeah, you kind of wonder about it. You know, I guess you know, no matter where you go, you never know.
It was so scary.
I'm not going to sit home and try to stay in a place that's safe. I mean, what can be safe? I mean, you saw Commander Doubt. We watched this guy,
Yeah,
Commander Doubt.
the one
He
with
went down there to where this earthquake was down by General Santos.
yeah.
Unbelievable. These
Oh
people
yeah,
had
yeah.
these concrete homes
All the
that were
houses.
just
My gosh.
crumbled into rubble. There was nothing
Nothing left,
left.
as in.
There wasn't just like walls. There was no walls standing. All these concrete,
All into
all the
pieces.
rebar twisted up and everything.
Yeah.
You could tell they didn't put enough rebar in it. Being an engineer, I know if they had the right rebar and the right concrete mixture, it wouldn't have happened. But they mixed it. All the concrete mixes so light duty cut type. It's not much cement in the mix, so it's not like a good mix. And the rebar was small. You could tell that there was a reason why they fell down. But just all these homes were down. These whole communities, everything was
It's
down.
like they just crumbled
The bamboo huts were
Yeah.
just falling down. The concrete was just crumbled up. Unbelievable. And then the way it happened, where it wasn't like lava came out. It was like the water went down in cracks in the ground. The lava came up enough to
Yeah.
make the water turn into steam, and then it exploded. So this explosion of steam went up, and it blew all these rocks and stuff, these big up in the air, and left these big holes in the ground. but no
There
lava.
was a house in it.
Yeah, there
Remember?
was that
There's a
house with a big
building.
big hole in the middle of this house
This
where
house,
that
yeah,
happened.
blows up.
It just blew up the concrete
Yeah.
floor. Unbelievable how this happened. Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, this was something I've never seen before. If anybody wants to look at it, look up Commander Dow.
Commander Daot.
Yeah,
Yeah. Try to look at that video. So it's so scary.
his
That's why I
his
asked Jeff.
thumbnail shows up a couple things where the water's spurting up out of the
Mm.
ground, where it kind of shows you can kind of see which video it is. It's just I've never saw earthquake do that before. It was earthquake plus the volcanic, action.
Eruption, yeah.
It just gee. That's what scares you right there. What if that happened?
Yeah.
You can't just go out in the middle of the street and think that you're going to be safe with this happening, and with just blowing up the street like that,
Yeah.
and then blowing all the rock up, and all that stuff's going to be coming down on top of you. Wow.
Yeah, because it's everywhere, really. The
Yeah.
disaster happens. Like, you never know which area because it's like all over the Philippines, it's happening. It's all happening. All that kind flooding in Manila, earthquake somewhere here in Cebu, in General Santos. So it happens everywhere in Leyte, even where you are at. There are some disasters. So there's even a volcano eruption. There's even a warning for tsunami, remember?
Yeah.
In particular
Well, that's what they
areas.
had. They said those guys in
Typhoon, it's okay.
that little village, they
Yeah,
moved up on the hill
yeah.
to be away because they were worried about a tsunami.
Mm.
But then they were just walking up while they're up on the hill, walking over to where the other houses were on the hill and showing them how all these houses just crumbled.
Yeah.
You're kind of going clear up there, and you go, oh my gosh, they're going to get double whammy. They get even if you're down by the ocean, you got the tsunami you have to worry about. When you're up on the hill, you got the same thing happening with the upblast.
Yeah, I'm scared with living in a near to the ocean because of that tsunami. But what about the earthquake? It's so scary. Also, like
Yeah.
in the volcano, you can live without volcano. But this kind of earthquake, you never know where will it happen, when it will happen. So it's dangerous. I woke up from earthquake when I was in Leyte.
Yeah,
He experienced
we were watching TV one night, and the earthquake happened,
Earthquake,
and
and-
everything started shaking, and we were kind of going, oh my gosh.
But it's good nowadays because they are. But the warning of the earthquake, sometimes the earthquake already happens, so it's late. So I woke up from Leyte earthquake when I was experienced when he was in Leyte. I said, where you are at, like bestie that time. Can you talk to some Filipino friends and find out if B residences is earthquake proof? I'm on the ninth floor.
Just keep your fingers crossed. Just keep your fingers crossed.
Sir Bernie. Now Sir Bernie is scared also. This is your first time in B residence. No, wherever you are at, Sir Bernie, if there is a disaster happen, it will happen. So just be ready with that. It's everywhere in the Philippines. Yes, I was not sure what was the first that woke me up, the earthquake or alarm on my phone. Yeah, because there's warning if there is earthquake happens. So these calamities or disaster makes you a little bit scared of that, yeah?
No, I just think you can't be scared of it. Just if it happens, you got to deal with it.
Yeah.
I mean, when the earthquake happened, in Leyte, you got all panicky, and I said, well, it'll be done in a minute. If it's not done, it's gonna knock our building down. We don't have enough time to. It wasn't shaking enough to where I was gonna get up and get out of the house. It was just like walking back and forth like this, and the TV was kind of moving.
Yeah, when there was earthquake, I said, I told him that there's earthquake, but it's just like doesn't care.
Mm.
It's just, it's,
Yeah, that's earthquake. Yeah.
I said, honey, honey, there's earthquake. What is this? Yeah, yeah, it's just, I want to go down, but it's like, it's okay. Something like that. Oh my God, I said.
Like, what are you gonna do here if there's an earthquake here? We're on the 18th floor. You gonna start walking down the stairs?
Oh my God, you just have to accept, deal with it. If you just have to pray and for your safety, something like that. In this condo,
Well, I think these
this
are
is
built.
dangerous for
These are
earthquake.
these are built really strong. I mean, you look
Now,
at the columns and the concrete columns and stuff, and
you
it's not
believe that?
the it's not the same concrete. You know, I've drilled into the concrete in here to mount things, and it's the hard concrete, not the same concrete that we have in the townhome
Later.
or over here in the walls of Parthenon. You know that the concrete for the supports are it's the right kind of concrete. They go through testing and stuff on that. It's not just made mixed up by a bunch of guys with shovels.
I just stay in bed and thinking by the time I'm downstairs, it's already over. So I just stayed tucked in. Yeah, because it's just so quick. So that's the good thing about that. If it stays like 5 minutes, oh my God, it's dangerous already, kind of typhoon. So okay, almost everything I asked you already in this live stream. So last question, how about the uh, kind of Wi-Fi network in the Philippines? What can you say or what can you tell to our viewers based on your experience of the Wi-Fi in the
Well, we
Philippines?
have two
Quality of
Wi-Fi's. We
Wi-Fi.
have two Wi-Fi's. In Leyte we use Starlink. Starlink's fine if you want to download. If you want to upload, it doesn't work very well. And the speed isn't very good. So if you want to be a YouTuber, you want to upload stuff, it sometimes takes a while. And I think they're changing that. I think they've got some new routers that are coming out that are much better. The problem is you have to buy a whole new one. Then I guess I don't think you can just upgrade one. But then there is here in Cebu, we have
Ay,
Converge, and Converge's been working really good. We've never had any problem with it. We heard Converge. There was always people complaining about it, so we were hesitant to get it. But after we tried to do Ditto, which they kept saying it worked through the cell
yeah.
towers here, we could
How
never
many
get it
times you
working.
bought that
We bought two of the little routers. You put a
router?
SIM card in.
Mm.
They never worked. So anyway, we got Converge and we've had no problems with it. It works fine. And also since it works so good, I put the wireless bridge that sends the signal over
Yeah,
to the condo across the street. So so we got both condos running off the same internet and never had any problems. So even when we go over there and we can just turn it on, it's always worked from day one when we turned it on, right?
mm-hmm.
So I don't think we have any problems with it. The only thing I think if we had Converge in Leyte, it probably would work the same as here, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but you have the Starlink.
Yeah, but if you
Oh,
wanted to upload it, Starlink's expensive. That's the thing. It's
okay.
65 bucks a month, and here the Converge is 1350 pesos. So what's that? You know,
Yeah, thank you, bestie.
that's like $22 a month.
I don't know how much I do the math, honey. Anyways, bestie, thank you so much for the membership. And then you made yourself member. You're already a member. Thank you so much. I have a new member. Thank you for the membership gift. Thank you very much, po. Thank you, thank you.
How good am I? $22.
I know because you always on numbers. It's very rare that I have numbers. I don't have that numbers. Bestie, thank you. Say thank you, honey, to Bestie. He has this two membership. Sent two membership.
Oh,
Say thank you to him, honey.
thank you.
Yeah, say thank you because he has membership on. Sent two membership.
Oh, I don't know how that all works.
He doesn't know.
I don't know.
It's two
I don't know
times
what I'm
member.
saying thank you for. I don't
Membership.
if I
He
remember, I
doesn't have
probably would
any
never
idea.
use it.
So he bought for someone membership. So I have this one
Okay.
member, and he gave also one gift membership to anybody because the YouTube pick who
Okay.
is but the YouTube pick himself like
Oh,
still so two membership. Thank you so much, bestie. Thank you so much for the blessing. More blessing to you. Thank you po.
it's 1 o'clock. We need to go to bed, honey.
Yeah, we need to complete the 4 hours
Oh, you gotta
again.
get 4 hours in?
Yeah, so I
Is that
have four
goal? Is that goal?
minutes.
4 hours?
For
I've been here
hour.
4 hours. Oh.
Yeah, thank you so much. And then I figure YouTube cannot give me my gift twice. Ah, okay. All right. Thank you so much, bestie. Thank you talaga. Thank you talaga. Thank you. I already take a picture.
What are you taking pictures of?
I will post in the community.
Ah,
Yeah, this one. My member is Excel. Excel. Let's check. So the YouTube picks it. YouTube is the one who picked. Thank you guys for joining us our live stream tonight. We really enjoyed a lot. I hope you had a little information that we provide you guys. If you have any questions, you can put in the comments, guys. And if you want us to make a video out of your question, we can do that. So thank you so much for your time here. Appreciate it a lot, guys. Bestie, thank you very much for the blessing today. All right, I see some yawning, so I guess it will be a good night. Jeff is yawning already. Good
yeah.
night. I'm so glad we had this time together just to share a life or two or sing a song since we just get started and before you know it. Wow, that's a what's the title of that? Thank you so much, Sir Bernie, Sir LW's, Bestie, Dennis, thank you po. Thank you. And who else here? J. Danielle, thank you so much. Sir Allen, thank you. Maybe Sir Allen's already sleeping. Regards to Ma'am Nadia, thank you very much po. And to all of you guys here, thank you very much for your time. We need to say bye-bye for now. And God bless us all. Bye, guys. Thank you.
Bye bye.